Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up Reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Push down the salt stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get one. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal, though, with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more as players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3.
Paris next in the line. Unfortunately, it's all looking a bit bleak. Watermelon for 1. Can he find more? He finds a second. It's a triple for him. It's a 1v1 Cthulhu. He just needs some D! And the free fire is good there for Watermelon.
Getting him to the plan. Sapper creeping in. Oh, guys, here spots the back of Bin. Bin will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yee there for the trade, make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain, has the off-angle smokes available to play with. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yee. Will use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firelord out of the site here. She tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Like Hollis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up. Goes for the vertical play. Like Hollis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down. Firelord for 3. Manages 1v3 clutch fury.
Coconut hit makes it even worse. Joe told you that to go big. Told you Joe.
Perfect.
No, it's Joe. Joe for the triple. Might even pop it up. The win here. 10 seconds now. He's in red time. He's going to go for the plant. No, where the final player is. And Logi. No, he doesn't. Tucks in behind the chassis. He tries to bait it out. No. Oh!
What?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome to the 7th day of the Operation League for Southeast Asia, sponsored by Kingston Fury, gaming brand supported by Kingston. My name's Lan, and of course, joined by me is the one and only Black and Blue, come down from his throne from above. Welcome back down to where the commoners are. How are you going, my man? It has been a long time since I've had you on the casting desk with me.
Well, you know, Lan, it's always a pleasure for me to be back up here on the Operation League stage. I'm joining you guys a bit later on, but it's fun to see how things have progressed, right? We're like halfway through already this entire play stage, and I'm joining you guys on day 7, and for what we've seen, there are some teams starting to set themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the teams have even shown up in ways that I never imagined. A Strape have somehow even taken some rounds off some of the bigger teams, like Elevate, and that was surprising. They didn't win the match, but, you know, as we've mentioned many times, it's all about learning opportunities for these newer teams coming onto these broadcasts and coming on to this main stage here for Southeast Asia, because of course the scene's only going to keep growing and it's only going to keep maturing. So this is a part of the process. But have any teams so far really stood out for you?
Well, Gaming Gladiators, they are at the top right now, right? Having, I guess, the best record, with Elevate being pretty close. But I think with the opening matchup, speaking of with Gaming and Direwolves, they have a really good chance. They lost that one and were basically the only team that Champion was able to actually beat. But aside from that, they've been also looking spectacular. But those are teams that we already kind of expect to do that. I think, as you already talked about, for the fact that, you know, a team like Strape did really well, even though they don't have a single series win, I still do think there's some chances for them. Same way with like Fury, who are pretty much neck and neck to get themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been a pretty interesting time as well. Some of these roster positions have actually surprised me. I did not expect the Gladiators to be at the top. In saying that, I also didn't expect Direwolves to have such a rocky start. But if anything, that's also the first match that we've got coming up. So we'll see the schedule coming up soon with all the other matches for today. But it definitely is a very interesting time for us here at Operation League. And as you mentioned, this is your first broadcast for Operation League, so, you know, welcome back, man.
Feels good to be back. Been out for a while, but now we're finally here once more. And of course, we're with my man, Mr. Lan. Your setup has kind of spiced up since the last time I saw you here.
Oh, well,
so have you.
Since the last time as well, I did not turn this baby on, but as you all know, it's filled with the juices. And through the show, you'll see me cracking open a can because, 1, branding. 2, it is, of course, the drink of choice here at Operation League. So don't forget to try out all the new flavors, whether it's watermelon, dragon fruit. But yeah, definitely check it out.
Lan, the starkest contrast that I've noticed here, coming back from what the previous year's Operation League was, is you guys have got some real Pacific vibes going on in the backgrounds and all the graphics here.
Honestly, these look like the islands around Manila and around the Philippines as well. So do you feel like it's a little bit more at home for you?
Yeah, like I can smell the coconuts from here at this point, right? I can smell the mangoes. They're looking pretty good. But I'm looking more forward to hear the games we got on hand once again for Best of Ones a Day.
Yeah, absolutely. First match of the night, we've got Direwolves going up against Gaming Gladiators, only to be followed by yet another star-studded match between Fury and Northern Forces.
Crazy. We got match number 3 with Obsession going up against Elevate, and the champs themselves got the final match versus the Strape. So star-studded matches to start off the day, but very exciting ones as well to close things off. I mean, we've already kind of set the predictions on the floor before the day even started. I'm nearly at the lowest. Okay, I don't mind. It happens, but Mr. Lan here has been pretty on point with his, it seems.
We'll have to see how that goes. Of course, everyone's still conceding to the stat king himself, Mr. Infian Ewok.
Yes.
But you know, it's very different when you pretty much live with statistics. The guy, Mr. CGG himself,
when you are
is
the CGG.
Well, you are the CGG, and you are literally just gonna GG out the rest of the competition with predictions like this. It's so hard, but you know, we can only live up to the man himself and try to just keep up with him and his predictions. It's only gonna be, I suppose, really just a guessing game, because there have been some matches, like I mentioned before, where these guys are just throwing out absolute like 90-degree turns on some of these plays, and some of these games are just so unexpected. I did not expect the ladder to be the way it is, and how Direwolves have been playing, I'm kind of surprised as well. Like, they're not first. That was my biggest thing. I was like, what's happening? Like, Direwolves should be like the #1 team. Elevate as well. Like, I thought, you know, Elevate was definitely going to be in that seed, but not at the moment. Fury has been performing well. Generally, I have not seen any issues with them, but we'll come to them when we get the chance. Right now, Direwolves against Gaming Gladiators. We're going to have to look at those rosters again tonight. We are definitely going to be seeing some pretty interesting games, but we all know these guys, but we'll take our time to get through it. And just to remind you who the stars really are for the games. Ed from Direwolves, Souffle, Jackie, Harambe, and Pecan. This time around, having Souffle on the board, as we always have seen him. Finally having those 70 kill counts on some of these rosters. 72 to 42.
Yeah.
What a disparity.
He's been having himself a game and a half, really dominating performances we've seen from the most of Direwolves. Like, you look at their recent matches, right, and how they have performed has been pretty well. They beat Fury 7-5, and same with Obsession, very close as well. But if you want to speak about close games, you look at the other matches they had, like versus Champion, which they're the one loss that Champion was really able to take over them. And that kind of slow start does, I guess, hamper them in the long run because of where they do stand here in the standings. But, I mean, they still got some matches to play, and they definitely have the capabilities to come back into it. But I think we're looking at Gaming Gladiators now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Gladiators themselves, we know some of these guys. We know Tolji, we know Hoven, we know Ape, and of course Joe and Rix have been around for quite a while. And these guys from all over Southeast Asia are a force to be reckoned with. Don't forget, Ape was at one point in the scene community, but too young to compete. But now that he is of the legal competing age, he's performing so well. Albeit, and you know, despite the fact that he doesn't have that 70 kill count that we saw in the last roster for Direwolves, for Souffle, he's still been performing quite well. And as you can see, his operator choice, Mute, soft anchor on that backline, one of the more dependable members on that roster. When everything falls apart, it's going to come down to him.
Yeah, they rely a lot on his late round clutching to get things going. But if you want to talk about close to 70 numbers, you know what is close to 70 for Ape? Actually, that's 68%. His headshot percentage, which is absolutely insane compared to most of the other players here we've got in the Operation League. That's, you know, the highest you're going to see. And he has been having himself a standout game. A lot of the players here on the Gaming Gladiators have been in the Operation League ever since the dawn of time. See players like Tolji, as you talked about, who's always been there. But now we're going to the map bans and picks, and we've seen some of these teams kind of had mixed results on some of the maps. But like, for example, here on Chalet, it's a map that we have seen be kind of 50-50 for the most part for Direwolves.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most consistent time for them over on Chalet. We did see them have a bit of a struggle last week, but maybe they'll have a better time this time around. And Border, Clubhouse, Cafe also being banned out. They must be aware that Gaming Gladiators really do favor those maps. Bank, of course, is one of those maps that is just so vanilla at this point. It is the safe pick. Defending downstairs and, you know, in the bank, it's just safe. It's just manageable,
I think
quite structured.
this is a pretty good map here, Lan, for Direwolves. Like, the last time we saw them play on Bank, they absolutely demolished the Strape 7-1. And Gaming
that's true.
Gladiators, they've had good views on maybe a map like Chalet, but when it comes to Bank itself, we haven't really seen anything super convincing in their favor, and that's what I'm, I guess, kind of worried for here if you're a GG fan.
Yeah, that's completely true, but considering it's an uphill climb,
Yeah.
do you think how do you think they're gonna fare? I know you've got GG pinned down on your prediction, pretty much for this round, but is that gonna be what you're gonna stick to this time? Are you gonna like really just I'm the only one. But maybe I have to be, you know?
How do we even compare to Infin? He's at the 70. Damn.
He's out of here. He's an entire 10% above me. 12% technically. Completely out of the stratosphere. But Panda and Proto obviously quite evened out. You're quite analytical individuals. Sorry, my brain is failing me at this time of night. But in saying that, down here in the 50%, you, me, and Cthulhu. Yeah, we're enjoying really gambling with our favorite and biases, you know.
I'm 50-50, so I make and break even. Well, you know, you're the only one who picked Direwolves for this matchup, right? But
yeah,
I don't think that is too far out of the question. If anything, I think this is theirs to lose, and this is a match that by all means they can win. Now, Gaming Gladiators, they might have the one more series win over Direwolves. Yes, they do have a better standing technically, but it isn't that far apart. And as far as the matchup goes, I do think Direwolves had a pretty good match up against the Gaming Gladiators, like in terms of play style. But simple fact is, Direwolves just haven't been as consistent so far as the Gaming Gladiators have, and I think that's one thing that will push him out to the end. But now, seeing at how we're going to be playing Bank, this could definitely be where Direwolves, they even things up versus, you know, the Gladiators.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Direwolves did just come off a loss against Fury, so we have to keep in mind that they aren't exactly in the best position in terms of consistency in play right now. They've had a week though, you know. They could have come back real fresh, and they could be feeling a little bit more confident this time going into Bank. And like I said, as a structured map, pretty straightforward these days. A lot of these maps really are. And the meta has been solidifying itself as time goes on. Have they been able to adapt to it and maybe even throw out a bit of a spanner? But all jokes and spanners aside, or even cogs, gears, wrenches, whatever you might say, don't forget to throw in those hashtags in the chat. Hashtag fight for glory, all caps, and make sure you're following the channel to be in the draw for this. And we pick a winner every match. So at the end of every match, check the chat, make sure you're looking at it, make sure you've been tagged, and if you have been by the admins, you will be followed up to receive your prize of 600 R6 creds, and also an Operation League Southeast Asia pin, which honestly, I really wish I could win, because I want one.
Damn, look at that. I wish the whole box came with it too. Does it? No. Probably not, right? The points.
No, unfortunately, the box does not even exist. I really wish it did, because could you imagine just walking to the store and grabbing that?
Yeah, buy
That'd be
yourself
cool.
a care package. Well, we're looking at a first perspective here of the Dire Wolves, hungry, ready to get themselves going, but the Gladiators, they've fended off more than one beast at a time in the past, and even with the full might here of the Dire Wolves, see if they can howl their way into victory. I did say they do have a good run for this matchup, right, Land? I mean, they do have the better standing here when it comes on a map like Bank. They demolished the Strape 7-1, and they are also at least coming off of that Fury match, which, as you said, they didn't win, but it wasn't that big of a stomp. So they still do have some momentum coming into this, and their playstyle, I think, matches up well versus the Gladiators. But it's always been a question of consistency. And that consistency is something that we have seen fall into the Gladiators' hands when it comes to battle many times over.
It's really going to be a pretty interesting time, but yeah, it's going to be hard for Direwolves, I think, regardless of what the matchup looks like. You can see all of them are quite focused despite some of the smiles they all kind of channeled in. Here, of course, Joe still checking Instagram to make sure that he's got the honeys in the DMs, you know?
gotta reply. Gotta keep him happy.
All his fans, of course, just waiting to line up. But in saying that, you know, like they are just waiting, Ape has definitely the most interesting webcam here. I love it. I love it.
I like
Rix,
Rix's.
can you get any closer, my man?
He's giving us a good view of every single pore, every single emotion. Making sure...
Jackie!
Aww.
Aw, look, he transformed. What happened to Jackie? When did he look like that?
He's now a dumpling.
Aw, I like dumplings.
The god
Oh,
of
wait.
Bao.
Oh, okay, Hoven's back. I just...
Oh, okay.
Where did he... Disappeared for a second.
Yeah, we have a match, buddy. We have a tournament. But the opening band's here to start things off. Here, lad. Dire Wolves, they get there first. And seeing as how we are on bank, I wouldn't expect... Oh, Hibana ban. Okay.
Oh.
Curious.
That one kind of really makes sense. Hibana and her ability to really take down some of these hatches is pretty crucial, especially being able to do it quite remotely. Maverick, of course, has to be right up close.
Yeah.
Thermite has to be right up close. Ace is probably the next ideal pick to compensate for that, as he can throw those the salmonella charges onto the wall. I like.
Let's
Thermite.
remove hard breaches. Why don't we?
Just take him out of the game. We don't want him here.
Yeah.
Just get him out of here.
We want reinforced walls.
You know what? This will make the basement hold so much harder
I agree.
for any attacking team. Running in there without being able to take down either walls is going to be a nightmare. They're either going to bring in the Ace or Maverick, but that's very time intensive. Kaid, defense wise, sure, hatches and out twice as safe, or no, sorry, twice as vulnerable. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world. There are many other ways you can play around a Kaid. It's not the end of the world. Mira being taken out there, of course. Now that she has been removed from quarantine, she is back into our hands. But soon, just as soon, just taken away.
I think the idea here from Dire Wolves, with them especially banning that Kaid, was they don't want to have to be forced to run a Maverick, which you kind of would expect here, right? You need a blowtorch because it's going to be electrified. You have no Hibana. And so this opens up the opportunity for them to have multiple operators that do have breaching charge secondaries. And in that case, that's exactly what they're going to run with here. So with the Yana, Doki, Fink, a comp that they've got, they're really trying to sniff things out. Going to be difficult to open up the hatches with that Ace, but that's not what he's for. He's for those flat walls. They've got hard breach charges maybe on the buck to try and get things going.
Are you even surprised they're swapping out the Yana for Nook? Not at all. Not even surprised. I mean, it's a real pocket pick. If it doesn't work the first time around, they're going to just throw it back. But, oh, they are bringing the Yana. Okay. That's interesting. They're swapping everybody out. You know what? Bring in a different roster. And saying that, though, they are going to be keeping that Ace and what looks like the Finka, which only makes sense. Finka is just like the cornerstone of any attacking team these days.
Yeah, true. I mean, Finka gives you so much nowadays, right? And look at this. Oh,
Oh,
that did not pop
unlucky.
as she expected. So that's a Kiba barrier gone to waste, unfortunately. Here for the
That's a bit unlucky.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
opening round here to start things off. Defense for Gaming Gladiators towards the top floor. Hoven, you can see him waiting in the closet. Seems like stairs. The square side is what the Direwolves want to try and aggress initially. But hey, he's got the shield on the hall. And as they push towards that to try and open up this square wall that goes into the A side, the office, then it can be shut down by some impacts that he has prepped. I want to see how they utilize this Nomad as Hoven, he goes down first. Early pick going into favor of the Dire Wolves.
That's massive. Losing your smoke this early into the game is it is a huge loss. It's not going to be easy. It's not completely over though. Smoke buys about 40 seconds worth of time for his team, but at the same time, and in that same sense, they still have the Azami, they still have Alibi. Not the same, of course. They can't completely deny an area, but they should be able to pick up another kill maybe just to level out the playing field. Souffle hasn't done too much just yet, but I'm expecting big things coming in from the Nook herself. And as I say that, Nook dies. That's man.
Unfortunate. Well, picks going either way. Pecan, the second kill goes his way in the round, brings it to a 4v3. And they've lost both of their SAS operators here early land, which makes it so much more difficult in the long game to hold on to this round. We know that, a smoke and a mute, the longer the game goes, the more impactful they become, as they can deny that plant from even coming on. But Dire Wolves, they got themselves a really good opportunity here. Still got 2 nades for which whatever might be a problem. The shield still could be as well addressed here as Ape. He's going to dip, but he's going very dangerously, potentially into the waiting arms of Dire Wolves, who are prepped and aimed at the ready.
Yeah, absolutely. That corner here is quite dangerous, quite precarious for any of these defenders right now, especially because the skylight's still open and kills like that can come out of the blue. So Harambe picking up Tolji just leaves 2 members on that defending team to hold off for the next 40 seconds on that round. But the diffuser is already going down and grenades are starting to fly.
Whoa.
What?
Was that intentional? Ape tried to go bananas, but Ed's gonna shut him down as Dire Wolves, they bark into the opening round. The picks come from Pecan being huge, but the third frag as well just really was the dagger. 4v2, no real chance for Gleaming Gladiators, and that top floor of theirs crumbles.
That was a bit sus, Pecan. I'm just saying, man. That was a bit sus.
You got a good gaming chair, man.
Oh, you know what? I bet it's even colored red. I bet it's got streaks through it, and it makes him go fast.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Speaking
doubt
about
it.
fast,
RGB chair.
the man himself is back in the round. Jaeger, gotta go speedy. And of course, the fastest of all of them, Amaru. I'm expecting some very bold plays coming in from Amaru to be able to clear that top floor. Of course, not being able to play that in the last round because top floor was probably the most dangerous spot in the entire map. Now that we're moving downstairs, it's just going to allow Dire Wolves to clear that building a little bit quicker.
Well, yeah, exactly. And for a basement hold, a lot of the times, your biggest problems could be what's above you. And if you're not able to clear out these roamers early on, and they get too much time wasted, even if they get some control of the basement, it still might not be enough time for them to get a proper plant or a proper opportunity to get that plant off. And so, even though maybe it doesn't go the way that they were expecting, maybe they were hoping for a first floor or second floor defense with this Rooney, doesn't come that way, and see how it goes. Oh, they switched. No, swap. The Nook is back.
Oh, man. The Nook is back. I mean, it worked last time. Souffle provided a bit of a distraction, I suppose. But in saying that, of course, maybe giving a second shot. You're quite adamant that Nook is going to work this time. But if anything, it's good to see a lot of these quote-unquote selfish operators actually get play in higher leagues like this, where the original argument we had was that selfish operators didn't bring anything to the team and thus didn't belong in competitive.
I disagree. I mean, even though that might have been the argument, Tolji shows you that getting kills is value in and of itself. And he proves that. That great shot that he finds towards Pecan takes away a lot of their potential vertical pressure. But Souffle here on the roam as well. Counter roaming, finding a second as well. Chains it on the Joe. 4v3 immediately. Ooh. Trade out to by Tolji, not going unchecked.
Yeah, so a quick trade back from Tolji to stop him from going on an absolute killing spree. But the first 2 Swift kills were in fact less. I mean, the first one was a result of Souffle being actually being like completely silent, no one being able to hear him. But the truth is, the second kill going down onto Joe was in fact the lack of communication from Gaming Gladiators. No call that someone got him from upstairs, or he was just completely unaware whether that might have been. And if anything, maybe even just another proving point to the power of Nook there.
Yeah, Nook can definitely catch you when you least expect it, but the 3v2 here, let's give Dire Wolves a bit more favor in the round. Down though, Jackie Wu goes, and that's a finger off. A lot less sustainability. It's going to be taken off of the attacking side here of the Dire Wolves. They are within the cusp of exploding onto this site, but the angle's being held here perfect by Ed with a long range DMR on the Doki connecting. But Tolji equalizes out the odds. 3 kills in his name, 1v1 already. Ed, the last one remaining here for the Dire Wolves, rather. The Gladiators, they could be scoring their first round in this. They have information that Stairs is where he could be. They have to pick up the diffuser right now. That he shall be able to do. But the rotation here is going to give Tolji a different avenue to try and address this. He drops down onto the vault, and I'm not too sure if he recognizes exactly where this plant is coming, but now he's given his position away. Ed knows that he is here towards his vault side.
He's going to be able to find the time to get this one down. A couple of seconds going, ticking away. No, he peeks it. He finds the fight. But no, he loses. Ed finds the kill, manages to save it for the Direwolves coming in on that attack.
Man.
Barely makes it out of there alive.
Final 2 kills coming from Ed. Perfectly played by him. The Direwolves, they still do not concede the round. Came pretty close. But the trades here, even early on, especially from Souffle, to get those 2 in the knock, gave him the early advantage, even though it was traded out to go down 3v3. Still, putting a hole in that defense of the Gaming Gladiators helped him secure the round in the end. As we said, Ed, whether primary or secondary, doesn't matter, gets the job done.
Yeah, Ed juggled that perfectly, and he managed to not only bait out the push with the diffuser, juggling the rotation between both sides of the wall. In that rotation itself,
yeah,
was well played, well timed, and the control over the weapons itself, of course, as we expect, masterful. So a great performance by Direwolves on that second round. 2 rounds up now over Gaming Gladiators, and starting to pull away just a little bit. So yeah, Gaming Gladiators have a little bit of catching up to do. They're not completely out of it just yet, but considering that they're losing this defense here already, doesn't bode well, especially when you consider the fact that, hold on a second, I've got a stat right here. Bank as a map has a 2.2% increase on defense wins than it does on attack. So if they have any chances to win this game, Gaming Gladiators have to take the next few rounds right here. 4 rounds back to back, I believe.
Well, I'll give you another number. At the very least, though, here's a hope, a little olive branch for them. Bank is one of the most equal maps in the Operation League in terms of the win percentage on attack and defend. The only more attacker-sided map that we have is Chalet. You do have Clubhouse as well, being pretty close, rather. So it's like the third that we've got here. Cafe is pretty close as well. But focus on Bank. We try to make some cash in the round here. Hopefully get a round finally. Do not want to go down 3-0 early in this matchup, especially when they're not too far from each other on the total leaderboard standings as well. But Abe, he's going bananas right now. Finding that opening kill on the Jackie Wu to shut down that Zofia. Takes out a lot of gun power, and as well as any potential destructibility that they would have for their shields that they've got placed here.
Souffle rotating upstairs. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but Ape does find his second kill. C4 goes out, probably not the best time, tries to retrieve it before it's too late, but Souffle already on his back. Might actually come across the Wild Gorilla himself, but we're unsure. However, what we do know, Gaming Gladiators definitely sitting comfortable right now with all members on that roster still alive.
Oh, he's giving himself away.
All still alive.
All right.
Oh, there we go, secured.
It works out in the end. Souffle, he's given his position away, though. So now they know where he is. Wasn't able to take that opening pick versus Ape quickly, but this is looking like a definite Gaming Gladiators round, and that it is. Rix puts the nail in it, and they finally answer back. A response here, quite decisive, almost flawless, really. They get 4 still alive, moving on forward. That gives them a chance to tie things up here on the 4th round.
Unfortunate. Souffle just, I suppose, homed in and really laser focused on the corner. ADS a little bit too much, and unfortunately the actual scope itself he had on the SMG was just too big, and he could not see the operator standing directly in front of him. Did not give him the opportunity and the time to react to that, and by the time he could, it was a bit too late. So Valkyrie picked up that 1 kill and moved on and secured that game for them. So the only losing Ape after he got a double kill in that round was very beneficial. And if Gaming Gladiators can keep performing like this, like I'm saying, they're going to keep performing and you're going to be able to take it away. I say this, but, you know, Blue, I did call that I thought Direwolves were going to win.
Yeah,
So.
and I don't think you're too far from that. As I said again, they have a pretty good matchup in terms of sometimes it's not necessarily which amount of teams you can beat, but which team exactly do you have a matchup against in terms of play style. And one team might beat another, but it doesn't mean they're better necessarily. In this case, I do think that while Gaming Gladiators have the better standing, Direwolves, they match up pretty well against them. And as I said, Bank has been the most dominant map we have seen from the Direwolves when they played against the Strafe, ending that 7-1. We haven't really seen that type of performance yet from Gaming Gladiators on Bank this season at the very least. Well, this might actually be the first time we're seeing them playing Bank this season. And even though that doesn't give much for Direwolves to go off of, they do have other information, other VODs from the Apex South and all. So initial cams here, drones being found out by Gaming Gladiators, but their hold here towards, I believe, were we starting in the basement? Yes, we are in the basement. Is one that we did see work out in the Direwolves' favor the last time around.
Hopefully they can replicate that. Pecan trying to clear up top over in CEO, moving on into the offices and perhaps even over into reception. Has a lot of backup though. Rappel coming in from both sides of the bank, coming in with a hot drone as well. Might be able to keep him alive, but Ed doesn't spot anyone just yet. And as I say that, I am always proven wrong. So hey, Caster's Curse is real, and Pecan now trying to move in on the one member inside that elevator. Now seems like he's lost him. Jackie Wu rotating down those stairs just in case, but hasn't found anyone just yet. A minute 40 seconds left in the clock, and they're still looking for their first pick here. Both sides kind of left wayward.
Yeah, they're both kind of looking for their first opening opportunity, but the sands of time do favor Gaming Gladiators as this game continues on. It's Direwolves, they need to find an opening pick, but it's Ape gets the opening dish here on Souffle. Told you making contact, but they're going to have to fall back. Do not want to give their man advantage away as Ed equalizes things up. There's Ape going down, but lots of damage has been done towards Tolji. Hoven as well, Hoven Hurst, as his name used to be, take some damage as well. So they have to fall back. They know they got the minute left to work with here, Direwolves, and Gaming Gladiators. All they have to do is sit tight and hopefully have enough utility to repel the plant, but that might not be true. Rick still, though, has 3 of his toxic baits, and he's going to have to time that perfection. If he does, they have more than enough time to try and stall this one out enough to end the round.
Yep, calls down and pings out the Banshee. Makes it a note that, it's not going to be very easy to get on site if we don't take that one down ourselves. But now they have to rotate and find another way on site. And it does seem like main stairwell might just be the right call here, but it is heavily guarded. It is not an easy movement.
It's going to be heavily defended here, Lan. Ed to make his drop on down Toxic Bathe. He's down to 1 Ricks, but that might just be enough actually to delay it. If they go for the plant, it might be too dire. Told you on the opening pick, but traded up by Pecan immediately. Hoven's able to get one of his own. Last 2 remaining here for the Direwolves, but they have no time to get the plant as Joe and Hoven end the round, and Gaming Gladiators, they tie the game up.
Direwolves had the right idea dropping over inside the vault itself in order to make I believe the Dokkaebi that dropped through the elevator, to make that entry a little bit easier. Coordinating that allowed them to not only secure a kill but get on site, but they were 1 room away from the actual plant, and unfortunately defenders from 2 walls away spotted them through proper setup and enabled them to get the necessary kills to defend. So Gaming Gladiators tie it up 2-2 right now through some pretty smart defense work. They're learning as they go through. And Direwolves here are struggling. They are adapting to these pushes. Don't get me wrong, they're being creative. But it's like Gaming Gladiators are not only learning faster, but they're adapting faster as well. So Direwolves have to just shake off the rust, and they have to come in full force for this round, because they only have a couple of opportunities left. They only have 2 rounds before the swap, and they need to be in a lead before it becomes too hard for them to take over.
For sure. Although they're still not in a bad spot per se yet here for the Direwolves. Like, if these 2 rounds are okay. If they get a 3rd, that's spectacular. They can potentially close things out on the defensive side, and so their strong start at least gives them a bit of this cushion to work with, right? But it's been quickly faded away, but that's okay. The Gaming Gladiators, they've been playing really well, but their adjustments have been on point, as you said. Sometimes it's more important how you end the game over how you start it. It's the Gladiators here who want to end it off strong. Making contact here towards that printer room to start things off. The open area is where the Gladiators want to put up their initial point of contact that the Direwolves are going to have to address.
Of course, on every attack, you only have limited utility. And now that you've lost one of your hard breaches, it's even more limiting for the Direwolves. Unfortunately, a quick death to Pecan does take away the Maverick. And now that Jackie's kind of leveled that out with Tolji, it might be a little bit easier, but it's not the same. Alibi's holograms are, you know, pre-placed. And sure, you lose a roamer, but at the same time, losing a hard breacher is very different. And Harambe only has 2 charges left on him right now.
Well, apes out for Harambe here. Let's see if he's going to be able to bring this one on around. Good catches by all the magnets by Ape, but there's a lot of them being thrown. Nades as well. He's completely blind. Going to give him away into the stock. And Souffle serves him up. Joe quick on the trade, though. Doesn't let it go unchecked here. Playing the angle on top of the stairs of the hallway perfectly. But Hoven with that shot, he's going to be way too dangerous up close. He's holding on to the closet here, and I don't think the door is going to be open anytime soon. Closes it here on Direwolves, who are trying to still make their way through this stock. The pressure by Joe was enough to fend him back, but the nade connects perfectly thrown from Jackie Wu.
A fantastic attack coming in, but this defense is a little too strong for them. It's left all down to the hands of Jackie Wu, but Rix picks that up with a nice headshot on the SMG-11 and cleans that up as that defense comes in clutch. Can I just say that the massacre over by Stock was insane. A bloodbath.
It's definitely going to put the stocks to an uptrend. Just completely bloodshed that we saw there. Being thrown out by both sides. Like 3 bodies that went down towards that. Still, though, a great nade by Jackie Wu and a great effort by Direwolves. Able to bring every round close whenever they do lose it. Aside from that opening one, round number 3, Gaming Gladiators won with 4 players still alive, but the Direwolves, final round of their attacking side. And the adjustments here being made by the Gaming Gladiators, making sure that they make that contact early as a team, make sure that they already apply pressure as they're trying to get into the building instead of letting them in, which they were doing in the first 2 rounds, has been the proper answer here for the Direwolves. But first half of theirs already pretty proficient for the Gaming Gladiators. If they lose this round, no problems really, no harm, no foul. They still got the defensive, the attacking side to potentially do things up, but same goes for the Direwolves. Their defense, we know, is a bit better here, especially on a map like Bank. Their attack sometimes might be, and we saw that versus a Strape. Can they continue it here further?
10 seconds left.
Round 6 now, and it's starting to get a little tight. Can Direwolves tie this up? Like you said, a 3-3 scoreline is a little bit more manageable, but they can't leave this 2-4. If not, Gaming Gladiators will take this away. And you know, just for the sake of my statistics, I kind of want Direwolves to win here.
I don't blame you, especially with how they have been. You know, the hometown team for a lot of the OC side for the longest time.
Absolutely, especially since, you know, like, I wonder what the audience over on the Taiwanese broadcast is saying, because I'm sure they are livid right now, and they are not having a great time watching their hometown, their home country, you know, home-based team just tanking it like this to Gaming Gladiators, new kids on the block.
The Direwolves here, certainly a big problem when it comes to things, so let's see right now. With them gearing up for this, as you said, a lot of this is being held on the Taiwanese side. I'm sure they're going to be really hoping for, especially some of their, you know, star players like Jackie Wu, Harambe, and Ed, to really be doing lots of work. That's what they have been doing this entire game. Rix, though, start things off on the Jackie Wu. Speaking of the devil, he shows. Finka to go down makes things so much more difficult on their attacking side.
Trying to play a vertical game here. Rix dabbling with death itself. But if anyone can do it, it is an SAS operator with a shotgun. But you know, losing Finca is arguably worse than losing your smoke, just because Finca is the lifeblood of an attacking team to be able to just consistently heal them. Now that you lost your Sophia as well, that's equally as bad. A C4 goes off, doesn't pick up anyone this time around, but it does allow Ape to now rotate over into Electric, just to try to hold that entrance as Direwolves and the rest of his team, start to rotate out. He might be able to catch them on that rotation in fact.
Well, that hole being made here in the printer is going to make things more difficult for Harambe to walk in comfortably. But the peek here from Harambe perfectly connects. Ape shall not escape this time around.
That's really unfortunate. Ape was holding that angle for quite a while, and he was pretty set on being able to win that. Harambe, just with the quicker reflex, manages to take that one away, steal it from Ape, and we know who the real Silverback really is now.
Well, he's definitely king of the jungle for the meantime. But this is looking on a bit of a downpour here for the Dire Wolves. 15 seconds left. Clock is ticking, not in their favor. As the Gladiators, all they have to do is hold the rotations here. And Souffle, he finds an opening pick, a huge pick to find on Hoven. This gives him an opportunity to get the plant off. Joe on the swing, Tolji on the kill. It brings it to a 1v2 as they both find a pick apiece. It's all on the Souffle. He's going to have to cook up the dish of his life at the moment. They know he's here in the corner. He's getting hit from the side. He thinks it's up above, but no, it isn't. From the printer, we'll even expect this, where Joe is going to be on the swing. He gets the kill, and Joe secures the half, 4-2 in the Gaming Gladiators' favor.
Direwolves just did not have enough men on that site to be able to defend that properly. A 1v2 situation was winnable, but without the proper intel, without drones set in places to provide information on positions of the attacking team, or well, I should say the defending team, as they came to try to defuse that, it just made it really hard. And what can I say? It made it very challenging. Gaming Gladiators now on that swap, now on attack, leading 4-2 over Direwolves, who were just so much more confident in the first two rounds. And I don't know, maybe I called it for the first time and got it right, but Gaming Gladiators took 4 rounds back to back.
Maybe
they did. They absolutely did, and I cannot believe it. I don't know why I called that, because it's like Cast a Curse just inverted itself, and for some reason now I'm calling the real things. You know, like.
Well, as I said, it's more important sometimes how you start, rather how you end, over how you start a match. And in this case, they could close this out in quite decisive fashion. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we've seen the Gaming Gladiators in this stage play Bank, and what a showing it was. Seemingly that match that Direwolves had versus a Strape was really a good case for them to review, because they have found every single kind of answer and response to every problem that is proposed by the Dire Wolves. But now let's see, can they dismantle their defense here now that they're on the attack, the same way that they were really stifling a lot of the offensive intent that we saw from the Dire Wolves? It's Taiwan here right now. They're trying to come back into this game.
It's a bit of an uphill climb now, and demoralizing if anything, isn't it? Black and blue. Yeah. Well, once they were kings, now mere mortals.
Well, in God's fall, in this case, they've been booted from the throne for the meantime. This barrier is actually a pretty good one way that we see quite commonly used, but it's also effective.
It's horrible.
At the very least,
it's very dangerous.
Will force them to use a nade, and that gives them some control of the halls, but on the contact here, just be careful.
No. Oh my gosh. Being able to see that from a distance, definitely going to keep them alive for now as they try to rappel and hold those positions. And just noting what you were mentioning up before with the using a nade, it's pretty much Azami's real strength, forcing attackers to use utility on her paper mache walls, so to say, instead of using her utility, instead of using those frag grenades to either collect kills, take out other utility on site to make that plant easier. It really is just a reason why she's so valuable. Ed picking up this nice kill here over onto Joe does mean that a lot of that soft breach, if not all the soft breach, is now off the table, and they're gonna have to play this quite face to face with that defending team.
The replicator here, finding exactly where Ed is, but he gets caught out on the retreat, and realizing that Rook's had his number, and so does Ape here. Great start for this attacking side of the Gaming Gladiators. Bring it down to a 4v3 in their favor. Jackie Wu has made his contact made. The archives could be where he is going to make his last stand, but Harambe's here to help from the blue if they ever come from the open area. He's backing on the way. He gets tagged up quite a bit. Harambe isn't able to save him. Jackie Wu, big damage done, but he can still bring this one back, especially considering the nitro cell on Harambe, but that does not bode well for him.
Oh no, the drop kill. Ape goes down but gets traded by Jackie Wu, and it's all down to him. Unfortunately, won't be enough as Hoven comes in to secure that kill and take another round for Gaming Gladiators, as they are only 2 wins away from taking out a map here against Direwolves. Massive position for them to secure that first place.
Well, it's a very good start here for the Gaming Gladiators. Sprinting into a possible quick opening map here for the day. And Direwolves, this is what we talk about here, Lan, where they are really good, especially on a map like Bank, but their consistency is always going to be a question we're going to have to beg to ask. How reliable is it really? For the meantime, not so much. Their defense here, I'm going to say, if they lose this next round, they're done. But if they win this, they have a real good chance. Match point is never something they're going to want to come back from. It's going to be too small of a margin to work with. But they take this round 8, they can certainly get back into the game.
It's not completely over yet till the fat lady sings, and it's, if anything, still winnable. I don't want to have to say it, but it's still winnable. Direwolves can get this. Please get this. Please win.
Well, let's see now. We know what opportunities there are, but what exactly is going to have to change here for the Direwolves to get things going? Their defense a while ago, you saw them that they were a step behind a lot of times when you'd see maybe someone trying to fall back but not realizing that they were already covered. And oh no, that doesn't work as expected. Hoven gets a pick as well here, and so things are crumbling for Direwolves, some to their own intent, some against it.
It's not the best situation to start the round with, especially with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Losing Rooney, not a massive loss, but losing a Pita and Roni on the defense is definitely not ideal, considering that Azami also has wasted a kunai. Not the end of the world, but at the same time, just kind of wasting time, really, isn't she?
Thing is, wasting time is really one of the biggest opponents that any team's gonna have to face, right? It's a silent devil that can catch you off, and a spirit that is never gonna bode too well. Bad omen, really. When you see that clock tick down, but not much space taken or control, can be really a big sign of bad things to come. Gaming Gladiators, their opening pick, once again, bodes pretty well. The barricade being placed here by Jackie Wu is something that he can really play off of, and it's going to make the stock push a lot more difficult, but they've got the ample amounts of utility here, the Gaming Gladiators, to try and fend this off. They get rid of the Aruni gates to destroy that barricade as well, and now things are so much more viable. Another one.
Yep, Aruni. Ooh, Azami going to be able to take that drone out, put up a wall, enabling her to get closer, but it's not going to matter if Joe pushes right up, trades back from Harambe, but it's a little bit too late, as now stock is open and free real estate for the attacking team. GG are going to be able to move in quite quickly to secure this GG and move on to round 9.
Well, Ape, he gets a kill here, 1v4. It's all on to the Gaming Gladiators, who secure that 8th round. Match point taken and seized by force. As the sea here is looking pretty dire right now. Dire Wolves. Even if the Wolf Pack does finally bind themselves together to take down the Gladiators, well, man is the apex predator. And the spear here a bit too sharp for the Dire Wolves' shields to block off.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can see that Ed, I think, is giving his team a little bit of a pep talk, maybe even Pecan as well, but the rest of them are laser focused, not happy with themselves, not as chipper as the rest of the team, the rest of the players over on Gaming Gladiators. But we are now at match point. We are 1 round away from seeing the first best of 1 here tonight on day 7 of the Operation League go over to our new number 1 seed. So a very big change over here for us on the casting desk.
Yes, our own individual desks, really.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not at the same table.
When? Operation League LAN?
When, man?
LAN at the
LAN
LAN?
at LAN.
Damn.
Yeah, well, it's gonna happen eventually. It's gonna happen eventually. I'm calling it.
Season 12.
Season 12 of the Operation League.
Yeah. Let's go for it. What? Let's do it. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, what can we say about them? They've been spectacular. There's a reason why they are at the top right now of the Operation League CA, and that's saying something, especially considering that now in this Operation League, I'm sure you guys have talked about it in the past, but we have more participating regions than we ever had in the Operation League. And for them to be at the top shows how much they've improved in what really was a playground that they themselves have written and created at the very start of this whole Operation League. So for Gaming Gladiators to do well really right now, especially against teams with Pro League experience and all that, that's a really big sign and a really good showing that the Gladiators can continue to push on forward. Not one of the newer names here, but ones that we weren't necessarily expecting to do this well. And good catch out here by Ed to get some early damage on the Joe. Doesn't take him down, but he sends a message.
And the message is that they don't want to go down without a fight just yet. Joe is going to have to pull back and play a little bit smarter. And Jackie already set up here. As you can see, 2 kunais have been used and has a little bit of a fortress going on here as anyone tries to push through. The skylight shatters and Pecan drops down. Not out just yet, but he is surrounded by all sides. And as he peeks out, he gets secured by Ape. So not exactly the best time to be going down, but now that we've got one more operator on the cameras instead, maybe Dire Wolves could, you know, look through some information and bring in some of that CCTV security. It's a better use.
Well, you have to call the cops because Gaming Gladiators, highway robbery we're seeing here. Jackie
Oh
Wu,
no.
we've seen him try and hold on to this exact angle the last time around with the shield to try and protect him and his barricades, but the stock, a bit too much pressure. He double dips way too deep, trying to swim where he can't float, and Tolji finds another kill here. Things are crumbling. Ed, quick trade, but comes down to Tolji. Never mind, Joe rather takes on Harambe, and that is the Gaming Gladiators taking this one 7-2. 7 straight rounds here, LAN, to end the game. And what a way to do it.
Gaming Gladiators taking bees by surprise. Not everyone else at the casting desk with their predictions, of course, but in saying that, are ending that with style. A very large gap between these two teams. Not even close in a lot of these rounds as well. And as we see Ape in all his glory, just styling his hair one last time for the audience and for all his fans out there. What a performance. Absolutely dominating coming in from the Gaming Gladiators, and they do be gaming. They do be gaming.
They do be gladiating too. I mean, I did predict them to win, but not in that fashion. I never would have expected that, and I was expecting to even be wrong in this because Dire Wolves, as we said, great output we've seen from them versus a Strape. Although then again, it's a Strape, not knocking on them, but they're the lowest seeded team right now. But their bank last time around was very, very convincing, and I thought this would have been a close game with Dire Wolves maybe edging it out potentially 7-5 if they do win, but it never came that way. And from the get-go, even though Direwolves, they cemented themselves in those 2 rounds, once somehow finally Gaming Gladiators got a read on them, they were an open book and they knew every response, every formula for every problem we saw being proposed by Direwolves.
It's so hard to argue with that, to argue with you on that point, because as soon as that 3rd round rolled in, it was a Gaming Gladiator round from start to finish, 7 rounds in a row, and they just took it and sent it all the way to the end. Direwolves were no longer a contender, and they looked so much weaker than Gaming Gladiators. In some rounds, Gaming Gladiators only lost 1 member, and they only lost a member after they took out like 3 members of the opposing team on the attackers. Like, the defending team was so much stronger, and on that defense, Direwolves really struggled. I don't know what happened, and when it swapped over, it got even worse. And so here I'm thinking that maybe there's something that Direwolves need to go back on. They need to just draw back, go back to the basics, look at some of their books, and just start to, restructure that team. I'm not saying, drop some of the players. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying they gotta reevaluate what their strengths are and redistribute some of that workload, because I feel like some of the players on Direwolves really weren't keeping up. Souffle was doing pretty decently, but a lot of the other members were either dying too early, in my opinion, or just not really performing. You can see that we had a diffuser round go down in round 5, but round 6, sorry. But in saying that, other than that, it was just a bloodbath from start to end. And in some of those situations, Black and Blue, all we saw were gunfights, and it was like 10 seconds of absolute mayhem before the round just ended out of nowhere. So, I mean, 7 straight rounds back to back, absolutely painful to see. Unfortunately, Direwolves just really struggled after that 3rd round, and they were just not able to keep up with it. So, Gaming Gladiators, hopefully we see them continue the streak. I'm happy to be proven wrong at every turn, especially when it comes to predictions, but I really want Direwolves to be able to keep this up. It's kind of sad to see that they're not able to just perform. I expected them to maybe even come back just before the swap, but they unfortunately did not they just did not really show up. And I mean, that's them for Saturday here, and we'll have to see them tomorrow. But in saying that, right now, right here, we have a giveaway that's going on. Put in your hashtags. You know what the drill is. Follow the Twitch channel. Make sure you're in the draw to win it. Fight for glory. Hashtag. And if anything, you might even get a pin this time. That pin was not available last week or the week before. It is available for us now. Welcome back, Black and Blue, my man.
Well, apologies. I don't know why things were having issues, but yes, do make sure to follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel and enter below the hashtags, hashtag fight for glory, for a chance to win. As I was trying to say a while ago, if you guys get the 600 R6 credits, and of course, if we all band up, it'll work better. The Direwolves, for them to try and go, a bit more individually, it's really not going to bode well for them. Like, we know that the Wolf operates the best with a pack. In this case, those individual plays that we saw from them simply were shut down and too easily read out by the Gladiators, who know that when it comes on to a straight fight, those tactics that the Direwolves were proposing, not gonna favor out in their luck. So, for the meantime, opening map here taken in the series by, I mean, it's only a best of 1, but it is what it is, by the Gaming Gladiators. Direwolves, they continue on further, but they're gonna have to try and pick up the slack very, very soon. Not looking to say like the same form that we're used to from a team of their caliber. But the Gaming Gladiators, they still hold on to that top crown of being the top seed here, really, in the Operation League, at least coming into day 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So don't forget to keep the tab open. We'll be right back after this break. We'll be back with Fury versus Northern Forces, a match that I am looking very forward to, as it's gonna I am expecting it to be one of the best matches of the night. But if anything, we'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more giveaways. We'll be back with more Rainbow Six action. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up Reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Push down the solar stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get one. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal, though, with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more as players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3.
Barrett next in the line. Unfortunately, it's all looking a bit bleak. Watermelon for 1. Can he find more? He finds a second. It's a triple for him. It's a 1v1 Cthulhu. He just needs some D! And the free fire is good there for Watermelon.
Getting in for the player. Sapper creeping in. Oh, guys, here spots the back of Bin. Bin will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yee there for the trade, make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain, has the off angle smokes available to play with. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yee. We'll use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firewall out of the site here. She tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Lycolis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up, goes for the vertical play. Lycolis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down. Firelord for 3. Manages 1v3 clutch fury.
Coconut head makes it even worse. Joe told you that to go big. Told you Joe.
Perfect.
No, it's Joe. Joe for the triple. Might even pop it up. The win here. 10 seconds now. He's in red time. He's going to go for the plant. No, where the final player is. And Logi, no, he doesn't. Tucks in behind the chassis. He tries to bait it out. No. Oh my God! What? He hits it through the wall.
I'm sorry, what?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
After a short break from what was a very upsetting game for me, I mean, on the ladder, Black and Blue, it wasn't that upsetting, right? Gaming Gladiators were at the top, and it made sense why they won. But the disparity in the score was so shocking that for the last break, I had to eat a lot of food just to like emotionally cope with it, because I was so set on Dire Wolves putting up a decent fight.
No, totally. I expected a closer map there on map number 1, right? Direwolves, we've seen them be pretty good, but as I said, the consistency is really what makes us wonder how reliably we can rely on their output, right? On their performances. But as I said, you know, Direwolves had a good bank when they went up against a Strape, although that's a Strape, and now this time around going up against the top dog of the Operation League, not as fortunate. Them being blown out of the water this time with 7 straight rounds won by the Gaming Gladiators. You know, talk about snowballs. That was an avalanche here for the Gaming Gladiators side. But hopefully, the next match we got going up moving forward is not going to be more of the same case, Lan.
Yeah, coming up, we have a pretty star-studded match. We've got two teams that have been performing very well on both sides. You can only expect good things coming from these guys. Of course, these two teams coming up are pretty much tied in a lot of ways. Not exactly tied on that ladder board, but still pretty close to each other. So we can only hope to see some pretty interesting matches and rounds coming out from both these two teams. But I mean, you guys already know it's Fury and Northern Forces. Just didn't want to give it away with what we saw the schedule itself, of course. But in saying that, Northern Forces, I think for me, have been performing phenomenally well. They have been doing very good, and some of their strong rounds are very convincing, and they rarely lose rounds where there's a big gap in between head counts or maybe even time. Barely ever is the case, and if anything, I feel like we might get that same kind of vibe here in this game against Fury. Of course, I'm rooting for Fury themselves. I've got strong allegiances to the organization, and I suppose I'm a bit of a fan for the roster itself. But
biased caster on the desk, I love it. Well,
what can I say?
No matter what connections or maybe like favors we might have, there is simply no denying that Fury, they are the, to be frank, superior team in this case. Just based on statistics and based on what we've seen and what we know that we can expect from these teams here, Lan. Like, we have seen Fury put up really good performances throughout this Operation League, at least in comparison to the team they're going up against, where on the flip side of things, it hasn't really been a great show for the North side. We've seen them quite falter versus champs, to be quite frank with you. And they also, well, to be fair, they did do pretty good versus Elevate, but they weren't able to close that out, and their standings haven't really been looking too well. It's only been against Obsession that we've seen them actually win a series out, aside from a Strape. And yeah, it's been Fury who have been looking a lot more dominant at the very least. They beat Gaming Gladiators, the only team, by the way, to have been able to beat the Gaming Gladiators this entire tournament. So Fury definitely have a good case going for them, and they're one of those teams that know how to take things down. But North, when you're the underdog, well, you're going to be punching up, and in that case, you're going to hit the chin every time. So the bigger they are, the harder they could fall here.
And you know what? Gaming Gladiators, Northern Forces are no, there's no name to really snuff at. They're a really accomplished roster. They're performing very well. Bin here with absolute swag, by the way. Doesn't even hear the enemies cry or call out his name. If anything, he is so confident. Negative KDA, but that doesn't really matter considering his role in that roster. They all kind of don't really sit positively, but in saying that, Classy here, an absolute wild card. So maybe this change in this roster, bringing in a sub, is going to be able to just give them the extra surprise factor coming into this game.
And having, you know, that kind of shroud of mysteriousness.
Mystery.
For them not to expect it is a real big thing, really. Especially in a game like this where a lot of the game is really won beforehand. The pre-preparation could be what makes or breaks a team. And for a team like North, well, for Northern Forces, they've got a lot to work off of. And they've got a lot to really look back to for the Fury side and adjust for and prepare for this matchup. And that's why I do think that North, they're going to make this one a close game. Closer, I'm going to say, even than the last one was between Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators. So for Northern Forces, I don't think they're the favorites to win this. No, but even if my prediction was Fury, it is theirs to lose, and there still is a pretty good chance here for Northern Inception to do exactly that. Northern Forces, rather.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get their team name eventually, but I believe Northern Forces will put up a really good fight. I just think that right now, with a new member on the team that we are not familiar with, along with Fury's current track record and performance record and how they're playing some of these games, it's going to be very favorable for them, especially on a map like Villa.
Well, we're going to Villa, which, well, that's a pretty curious map actually for us to be playing on. We look at Fury. We've seen them do pretty well on like a map like Oregon, which they've been pretty proficient at. Actually, we've seen them play that 3 times on over Bank as well, but we haven't seen them play Villa aside from that one loss they had versus Obsession, and that could be something that Northern Forces could really look back to and try and utilize when going up against this roster. But they themselves have also not been able to play a single Villa map this entire tournament long, so we've only seen that one Villa from Fury, and that they lost to, and they lost to Obsession versus that. So this is, I think, a pretty good map for both teams to have on equal footing for the most part. Obviously, if you're Northern Forces right now, you want to have some advantage, so you'd want a good map for you. But I think for them to at least make sure that they don't have to play on Oregon is already a big win for them, because Oregon is one of those maps that we see Fury look pretty proficient at throughout the entire tournament, 3-0 for that fact. And yeah, this is, I think, decent footing for both teams to get going.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it as well, Fury definitely picked this map as they banned out it between Theme Park and Villa. Unfortunately, Theme Park just has not been played this entire season. No one's willing to go to the haunted house itself. Villa is a defender-sided map. If Fury start on defense, they, I think, almost guaranteed have this in the bag. It's very hard to say they won't if they're not able to secure it, considering the advantage they would have on a map like Villa that is famously defender-sided, famously difficult to attack because the angles are very tight, the hallways are even tighter, and there is not much verticality to play with. I mean, sure, there is a lot of soft flooring and soft tissue to deal with as a attacker or defender playing up from either bottom up or top bottom, but the issue there is that there's only 2 floors, and it's very easy to defend both floors if you're a very fast roamer, especially if you have a C4.
Yeah,
you know. So it's very interesting to see. I wonder where they will be starting. I'm actually not completely sure, but we'll just have to see as that rolls by, I guess.
Yeah, this is a very execute heavy map, and for teams to, as you said, kind of utilize the verticality that this map does provide is really important. The fact that there is so much soft destruction for pretty much almost the entirety of the sites on the second floor, and as well as the rooftops above the first floor sites, it's going to make things a lot more difficult for the defensive side here. Although this is one of those maps that is by far one of the most defender-sided maps in this entire tournament. It's actually the most defender-sided map, and has always kind of been for the longest time, ever since Villa's inception. But still, those are things that we see more often than not the defenders are able to utilize and really abuse versus the attacking side. So many holes, so many different ways of denying the plant on this map that I'm going to be curious to see how Fury are going to be able to cement themselves, but also how the Northern Forces are going to try and adjust throughout this. They are kind of a heavy underdog here, but, well, you want to talk about underdogs in close games. We thought the last one was going to be, but it didn't come out that way, so this could definitely be another kind of surprise outcome, especially if Fury, if they can't start off strong with this one, it might just allow the Northern Forces here to build momentum and take this down south.
There's only two things to note here on right here on the screen. One, you know they're serious for two reasons. One, I-9 is not dripped out and iced out to all hell. The guy is usually just top to toe just covered in like the drippiest gear. But second thing, of course, Hajime has Thor's hammer right in the back, so you know that he's already worthy and he should be able to come in swinging. Absolutely wild. In saying that, we are going to a short break. There is some technical issues that might take a little bit of time for us to sort, but in the meantime, we'll be back. Stay tuned, stay there, and stay toasty. We'll be jumping straight into the games while we're ready. Thank you for being patient with us. We'll see you guys soon.
Feel it getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-4 way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the South Gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. there's no way. I'm already so still burning. So hold me close now, baby. I do what I'm told, still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, act like you surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, you're my lucky strike, yeah. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I've been on the run for a little while now. I can catch my breath from chasing you. So tell me when you will know what it is you want, 'cause I don't wanna wait forever, no. Make up your mind, stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life. Life is way too short. The clock is ticking down. We only have one chance, let's dance to it. Won't you make up your mind? Stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? under all these lights. I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna do and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? Driving on the highway, far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was spending on regrets was such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been in the roof. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A very shit behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been in the roof. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's
And we're back. Straight into the bans. We have Fury already now picking up their first ban, and it's Sense. An operator that just has not had a lot of playtime, has not had massive success in the league, has had some winning rounds, but essentially just, I suppose, a bit of a too much of a wild card to be having on these broadcasts and on these big matches, black and blue. Finka being banned is not a surprise, but also kind of like there are bigger threats out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, with Sense being taken out, I'm not too sure what exactly the idea could be here. Could simply be a case of, okay, let's not have to worry about things we're not too sure how to deal with exactly. But okay, this is like the most, I guess, the ban that makes the most sense, right? From all of these, we know that, as we've talked about, that vertical control can be really big, and for hatches to be denied on a map like Villa is absolutely huge. Azami coming on here, we saw a while ago how a lot of the holds, very forward aggressive holds, were really complemented by having Arami online, so for them to take it out is going to be pretty good, as, well, they don't have those Knife barricades anymore to really work around. So Kunai is out of the game, but Fury and Northern Force is about to start things off.
And to start off the right way, Thord with the meow meow cat ears. Love it. Wouldn't have it any other way. Sledge, of course, now coming in with a very amazing skin. I have to say, some of these skins have come a long way, and I'm super hyped, to be honest.
I agree. It's absolutely beautiful, some of these.
It just adds a little bit of zhuzh to it, you know? But look,
Some zest.
Northern Forces already getting started on their first round, and they're starting over an Aviator and Bilids, Aviator and Bar. So it's gonna be a pretty standard start here over on Villa. What can I say?
I mean, this is a site that we do see a lot of teams have very different opinions on which could be the best way, but a lot of times it depends on what the setup here is coming from either side. For the meantime, we see extensions here for the Northern Forces towards the Master's side, going towards that statuary room, and this could be a problem if Fury decide to come in from the northeastern side, but a lot of teams like to start off by default on that master bedroom side, so for Northern Forces to anticipate this is a good sign, but let's see how exactly they try and dismantle that. For the meantime, Fury looking to want to apply pressure from that southern balcony, making sure that they've got all bases covered.
You can see I9 already getting to work, and he's bringing in the RCXDs, doing so much already, but two drone-focused operators on this attack does mean it is going to be quite sedentary for a little bit. Very focused on just providing a little bit of that deconstruction, a lot of that utility, and making sure they take away some of the utility of the defending team. Schwan already getting to work, has some of the Vulcans down, as we can see. And now, I9 coming in for a second round on the RCXD, right into the bomb site. Maybe even doing a little bit of damage, but no, taking down the shield here and a Vulcan just to get that out of the way early. So good start for the attacking team. Fury now already doing a lot of work on some deconstructing a lot of this defense here. Third RCXD now going out soon.
And those Rotero drones are definitely a big problem, especially in a map like Villa, destroying everything in its path. Dark, he goes down first. A grim fate he finds as Ray C delivers that. 90 currently still being held here, which is a big position for Yiga to still control for the Northern Forces side. This Goyo has been a pick that we don't see as prevalent as it used to be, but it can still be quite effective at really delaying things down, especially once the clock starts ticking. Because Rotero going to force North out of his position, and Hajime, he gets taken down as well. Not out for the count, but he can get rezzed here. Fury comes to his aid.
Diffuser is on the stairs. BG man waiting for the right time to be able to pick up his teammate. Throws a frag grenade out just to buy us a little bit of time. But now, like, Colas holding this position, has to rotate up to reconvene with the rest of his teammates. But no, a double kill going down to Ray C, picking up with the SMG, and a third right onto Hajime. Unfortunately, no longer worthy. It's going to leave like Colas all alone to try to clutch this round.
And bring this one back, like call us 1v4. Makes it a 1v3. Last man standing, not gonna go down without a fight. They know he's here now towards the classical hall. Gonna have to destroy this Goyo. Make sure it doesn't continue to be a nuisance. Can retrieve the diffuser. Bravo side could be his, but let's see if he continues on this. The vault being held here is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Hollis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse, but doesn't win the fight. And Yiga makes sure he cannot complete the ace at the end. What a round here coming in. His Northern Forces, they almost have that one slip away. They get it done in the end here. Fury, what a fight they put up.
Almost coming in with the ace. Unfortunately, his plant position was just a little too exposed for the one defender sitting inside the vault, making it a little bit too easy for him to swing after he heard the sound cue for the plant to go off. So a nice play from the one defender on Northern Forces to be able to retain that round for his team. But they almost lost it due to gunfights. And due to Lycolis just being an absolute monster. Now coming in instead with the LMG. Coming back in with the AR on the Hibana. Or I at least believe he's bringing in the AR. Might in fact be bringing in the shotgun, the Supernova. But we'll have to see how that goes. But regardless, another laser beam weapon, and it's just absolutely crazy. You can see on the replay right here, not only do we see him deconstruct, provide a little bit of distraction after he picked off two members of the defending team, but as soon as he peeks that corner on the right there, he absolutely laser beams two members of the defending team for the triple, and then soon after the quad. Unfortunately, just not the penta, not the ace.
Well, a very dangerous moment there. One that came a bit too close for comfort. But Northern Forces, they hold on. Not going to be dissuaded so far. Second floor once again, they're going to be trying to take. But this time around, look at this. Replicator finds that information. Ray C, he's been found. They know where he is right now. He's going to get shut down immediately. BG Man, great play off of the information gathered here. Coming in from I-9. He's in the right position to try and get this round going. Master bedroom being contested. Schwan knows he cannot continue to fight for a losing battle.
More Terror drones starting to go off. Two left in the pocket. More barbed wire being deconstructed along with some of the barricaded walls there. The reinforced walls. The reinforced barricades, sorry, coming in from Yiga, being deconstructed slowly, making that master bedroom a little bit more susceptible to anyone trying to push through. But the extra reinforcement in that room has made it a little bit more of an obstacle. Hajime just going to work, of course, with the breach charge as they start to push up and just try to get a little bit more aggressive here. Dark now taking that corner while his teammates start droning for him, as the rest of his team starts to take a little bit more of a slower pace, providing a little bit more information, doing their homework, and getting some of the drone work done before they start pushing in. 1 minute and 26 seconds left on the clock. Black and blue, it does look like a little bit of damage coming out here. Takes a little bit, cooks the grenade for a few seconds as his teammate goes past. Oh no, what a fumble! Dark walks right back in, and I-9 takes him and his teammate down just due to just a little bit. Okay, a lot of miscommunication. Yeah. Not even a little bit. That's massive miscommunication and a huge loss there. Two massive fraggers, I-9 and Dark, on both the Yana and the Zofia.
Look at him. He's waiting here in the bathtub. He has to make sure this is going to come out squeaky clean, but he executes him in his own coffin of his own making. Bin, last one left alive, 1v3 here. They know that he's towards his trophy room. Gets the kill on the Lycolis. He drops the diffuser. 35 seconds left to play with. He's got a good position to try and isolate these fights. Damage done towards Hajime. Could get wallbang. Has to be careful on the cross. But BG Man secures that. What could have been a big blunderful round here. Coming in for Fury. They're able to scrap it back and turn things around. Very dangerous, but delicate as well. They're able to come out with.
They managed to just somehow make it through and pick a round for themselves as well. Moving to round 3, it might just work out for them. Fury definitely able to save that one just, but it's gonna get teeth, unfortunately, after loss. But here we are, moving in. We've got a pretty interesting turn of events coming through. But like I said, this is one of the more anticipated matches of the night. Northern Forces and Fury are neck to neck in skill, and they make similar mistakes. But in saying that, can you deny that it's been action-packed this entire time?
Definitely not. An exciting match to really start off the night. We had a match a while ago between, yes, Dire Wolves and Gaming Gladiators, but this one's shaping up to be just as much of a banger. We saw that, castle barricade that's currently being placed here as something that you saw the Fury side were really prioritizing to get down, because taking down that barricade makes sure the rotation in the Masters isn't as clean and isn't as safe anymore, and pretty much denies it from even being used. So the Rotero drones here, absolutely crucial, I think, in that round for Fury. And so I'm not really surprised with the fact that they're doing it once more. They completely open up this side. A lot of teams like to leave, you can see here right now where Northern Forces in the bathrooms. They have the very leftmost side reinforced, but lots of teams like to leave that open. So very different implications for them to keep it closed.
A little bit of drone work done, and Schwan now playing the Frosted in hopes of maybe slowing down the attacking team, as they have noticed Fury are quite aggressive, pushing in quite early and maybe even taking some of these corners quite quickly into the round. And here, putting down more obstacles does allow BG Man to, focus a little bit more on some of these obstacles and some of this gadgetry that the defenders are putting down. Maybe even distract them from the real threat and maybe some of their real plans here and how they're trying to construct their defenses.
Whatever they're trying to build upon could be great. Like Hollis, opening pick, the nade as well, connects on the Clazy. It's definitely a difficult thing to try and dissuade when the nade comes from when you least expect it as well. They don't really have much projectile denial aside from this Wamai, but since it's early in the round, maybe Racy hasn't been able to place all of that down. Dark finds one. The only response are coming from Schwan, but they're not going to go his way. Down to a 3v1 as Fury, in a haste in the blitz, take the second round here and finally take the lead.
They got to make up for that last round somehow, and here we can see that they definitely have. Coming into round 4, Fury do look a little bit stronger, a little bit more coordinated, that's for sure. And without a doubt, a little bit more assertive as well. Clean cut on that plan and that delivery on round 3. Moving to round 4, can they repeat that or not? We'll have to see. But Northern Forces, without any doubt in my mind, has been bringing back the Thorn round and round again. But whether they're going to stick to it or not is another situation. Is another thing, really. If it's going to work at all. I haven't seen Bin as a Thorn particularly go absolutely off. But so far, the Thorn Bin as a player, he had a good moment.
Well, hoping to see more of that. And that Thorn, they might not necessarily be the most reliable way to get a kill, but what they are really good at is those last second unexpected position denials, especially on common plant spots, which could be a problem. But the thing is, it never even gets to that point, because Fury, they take down the opposition here in Northern Forces before they even get into really a plantable spot. So Northern Forces, they have to realize the benefits of their comp. They've got the Goyo, they have as well the nitro cells to deny the plant with, and they've got those toxic baids on Racy's smoke. So I want to see them try and pull back a bit. We see them really kind of push forward and contest early on, but even though that can be good, I think the way that they've been pulling it out and their comp doesn't really suggest that to be a favorable strat for them as of the moment.
You love to see it. I9 coming in with the PDW. And now, Dark pushing through with the Gemini hologram. Clears out the bedroom. Double checks the bathtub. Nobody in there just yet. This time, Hajime trying to peek through. Might be able to find a couple of enemies. A couple of players defending. No. Yiga now over by the 90. Holding it down for as long as possible. But nope. Sniped. Had an inkling that someone was on the other side of that window, but did not connect and assumed for the worst.
Well, if you prepare for the worst, you never be too surprised with, yes, being disappointed. Here comes out. Those are Taros. Takes down a shield. Good value found. Bin, he's going to be in a pretty difficult spot once he's going to get found out here. They do have a decent pincer on his position. And especially with this ace, although that's going to be denied as soon as he throws it, so he has to realize what this could mean. But perfect bait off of that. You see how they use that to specifically bait Chuan out, who they knew was towards 90? Perfect play here coming from Fury.
Oh, no.
They
Crazy
trade.
lost that duel. Oh, that
They
was a
trade.
trade? Oh, my gosh. Absolutely insane. Honestly,
Uh-huh.
I thought he lost that one, but if it ended up in a trade, I think it was kind of worth it. In saying that, though, Northern Forces are not in a good position. Only 2 members left on that roster, and Fury are looking pretty good.
My goodness, Fury. Team play here is impeccable right now, and Northern Forces are choking from the pressure. I9, great find here. It's all down to Ray C. Presence unknown. Okay,
Oh!
you can see I9 trying to spam every single angle he can find, even angles that don't exist. But Ray C, 1v3 here, Lan.
Yeah, he's still got 2 toxic babes. He just needs a little bit more understanding of where the enemy might be. Might see the gun barrel. Does take a couple of shots. Pulls back a little bit. No damage yet so far despite that. Now as he rotates through, realizes the enemy's on the other side. Drops down to about 48% health. And he only has 30 seconds left on the clock.
Well, the 30 seconds could be enough, but... I guess they won the round then, Fury.
Okay.
3-1. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we can just kind of surmise what happened, right? 3v1. Probably tried to go for more, but they had a good lockdown. Their positions were already pretty set up for the post plant. So, yeah, there was really no real shot for him to take it. So, Fury, they take that round, third up. And for them to do this, Lan, on the attacking side, on Villa of all things, the least most attacker-sided map, this is a pretty good sign for Fury to start things off.
Yeah, like I said before, it's a very defender-sided map, and if they're not doing well, this is it. It's very hard for them to take this over. Northern Forces are in a real pickle here. They need to win their next 2 games in order to make this an even round. If Fury leave this 5-1, it is an absolute nightmare for Northern Forces to be able to recover from.
Yeah, well, the Northern Forces...
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That roster. Holy.
what do you mean? Oh, you mean on the Fury side?
The entire swap.
Oh my goodness. Ying, Lion. Oh my god, they got the Blitz going
They want
as well.
this over. They want this done. They have the Ashe and the Amaru as the cherry on top, and it is going to be absolute mayhem. Just watch this. Once they get into position, do a little bit of drone work. Hajime is just waiting. He is waiting. He wants this. He knows what he's waiting for. Oh, and there he goes.
Oh my goodness, he's got a suppressor on the darn thing too. Yig is able to find one, but they calls quick on the trade. Dark Fear finds one. Everything's crumbling here for the defensive side of Northern Forces, as it's all going to be in a race C once again. Last left alive, the Lightning Flats. Fast Blitzkrieg from Fury. A bit too difficult here for Northern Forces to deal with. He gets a one, but his job is done. Dark secures a round as Fury, in a storm, completely avalanching and overthrowing the defensive side of Northern Forces. Man, oh man, Fury, they came here to play.
I cannot believe that happened. Fury want this over with. Do that again. Do it. I want to see it one more time.
What did I just watch?
What is happening?
Man, as soon as he pointed out, as soon as we noticed the Blitz come in, everything else accompanying it, the Lion, you could tell, okay, it's party time, and they're about to throw us a rave here, Lan, and that they did.
I think it was a very pocketed moment. It's definitely going to throw Northern Forces off and put things put them in a really precarious position where they honestly just don't know what's happening. Like, how do you plan for the next round over? Are they going to do that again? Are they going back to using regular strats? What do we do in order to prevent that from happening again? Because you can't do both. You can't prepare for regular strats and then prepare for that as well. You know? Sure, maybe you bring in the Melusi, which they did. Maybe you bring in the Thorn, You know, wish they did. Pulse, as a reaction to that, is a bit slow. He is not a fast operator, and as a reaction to that, it just shows that they've decided to go for a very calculated defense because they're confident they're not going to do it again, which they haven't. So a good call from Northern Forces, but with like 2 shotguns and an SMG and 2 SMGs on that. I'm not sure. Wait, does Pulse have a shotgun on him?
I think he does. He has the shotty equipped. No, he's got the UMP.
It's an MP5. Yeah, it's a UMP, right?
Yes.
So with 2 shotguns, it's kind of okay right now. They've got they've got quite a lot of SMGs, but with 2 C4s, it's like
my goodness.
They're really banking in on attackers playing upstairs and, you know, like prepping some of these C4s in order to react to that. They need a little bit more intel to be able to make that effective.
I wholeheartedly agree. And maybe that pulse could be exactly what they need, right? And you can see that the entire composition here from Northern Forces, they've geared it towards really slowing down the pace. A lot of these rounds have been ending early off in Fury's favor, and so to draw out the game and really put a lot of tools to make sure that the velocity here that Fury is trying to build up doesn't go at an all-time high, that they don't just accelerate into another round win. This might be a good decision from Northern Forces, but they're able to burn out one of the toxic baids here for Ray C. They still have the nitro cells for denial later on. 1:30 left on the clock. Lots still to work with for Fury. They're trying to go around the site. We don't see too much vertical control yet as of the moment. Some damage being done here as Dark's trying to duel this hallway, but nothing really being found by Fury yet.
Hajime still doing a little bit of super sleuthing as he tries to find any of these straggling members. Tries to find maybe even a hit or two as he tries to push that site. But Dark, no longer on that drone, trying to take on some of these gunfights and perhaps even provoke some of the attacking members. Bin now rotating over. Everyone gets pinged. But it doesn't seem like Schwan is too phased despite his low health. Has a C4 in his pocket and has to use that in order to stay relevant. Dark gets taken off the board though. Clazy and Yiga get eliminated from the round, just as I say.
Oh, I9. He gets that kill here. DMR in hand. Gracie goes down. 2v4. Able to get a quick trade off as well. Now still, BG Man and Hajime. It's all onto them. Clazy's making sure that this storage room, as soon as BG Man walks out of here into the next one, it's going to be a bigger problem for him to cross because with the rotation, they've held it down. Clazy gets around potentially here. That should have been the dagger as Hajime is left alive. The hallway doesn't have a pass to keep running. He tries to walk in, but the memorial is where you're going to last see him this time around. As finally, the Northern Forces, they retaliate with a round.
Winning with time on their side. Does look like they finally find some kind of catch-up. At least it's not a 5-1 scoreline. It's still not good though. Northern Forces on this attack might be able to flip this, but I honestly think Fury has this in the bag already, considering that now that they're on this the very side they want to be on. They've gotten the hard stuff out of the way, but that defense is exactly what they're comfortable with. The stats for this map, very one-sided. We know exactly what's going to happen here. Fury are going to play this quite well, but no more pocket picks. No more random aggressive rounds. What we do see, though, three very independent roamers.
Yes. These roamers, for them to try and pull this out, I think this really means that Fury, a lot of what you were seeing, even though it was very team play oriented on that attacking side, they're just feeling it individually. And they know that having lots of roamers really spreading their defense is going to help enable them to almost seem like, to the Northern Forces side, be everywhere at once. And when that happens, they could simply overwhelm Northern Forces, not necessarily with numbers, but by the frequency of how many positions they seem to occupy. And for Fury, the thing that they have to be careful with here is not to spread themselves too thin. We know that if Northern Forces gets really a scent or a sniff of where one of these roamers are, it's going to be difficult for really Fury to be able to escape safely Well, there aren't many roamer capture tools. We don't see a lion or anything of the sort, or a doki. Still, though, Replicator from Bin Bin could propose a problem for any cheeky committed positions that we might see from Fury. Round here. Continuing on. As Fury. Decent lead to start off this half. 2 minutes on the clock to work with. They're going to have to take the upstairs side. The study is where they're going to want to learn their lessons. Schwan. He's seeing monochrome as of the moment. We all are. But
It's a noir film.
there
What
we
can
go.
I say?
Yes.
Nope, I'm telling you, it's a noir film. It's just artistic. It captures the form of the player.
Yes.
And if anything, it's a bit
Avant-garde.
more, that's the right word, avant-garde. All members of Fury on that room now rotating downstairs in order to respond to the attack coming through. It does look like Schwan is just waiting and just playing with time right now as the rest of his team needs to get into position. Bin Bin, who's been performing pretty decently so far, regardless of that scoreline, is, I suppose, just waiting for a better go-ahead from the rest of his team. Shot caller on that roster needs to make something happen. A double claymore just in case they might be able to make that make something else work. But Bin Bin still now prepping some grenades. Might be able to find a kill or two. Takes a little bit of damage.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, does not find too much, and I can't tell from here if he got any of that utility, to be honest. Ooh.
I'm not sure if he destroyed much. Maybe a barbed wire. That's about it. Hajime, great find here for the Fury squad. As we said, them spreading themselves out has proposed a problem. Look at how much time they've wasted here towards Northern Forces, who don't really have much control, as the 90's going to be shut down by BG Man, the big man himself. Yega finding that with a claymore on the catch, but it's a 4v1. Calazy going down. And quite aptly, Fury. Furious win on that, shutting down, and just really guerrilla tactics here being fought over by Fury. Northern Forces, they're going to have to keep their heads on a swivel because Fury are everywhere.
This is almost over, and it doesn't look very good for Northern Forces. Probably their worst performance yet. But I wouldn't put it down for that. If anything, it's probably Fury just having a lot more experience in the scene and as a team and a roster. These players have been together for quite a while, and despite the name changes and, you know,
Attackers need to locate and
the
defuse bomb.
the new roster to say, like, they've been together on teams before prior to them joining Fury as an organization. Now, Fury as an organization has come through and provided them a lot of structure, support, and enabled them to play as a roster far better than they would have by themselves or in any other roster prior to this. And it shows by looking at the difference in these teams. Right here, right now, we can tell the difference between a supported team and a team that's out there fending for themselves.
Yeah, and they are really struggling here, Northern Forces, to keep afloat, right? It seems like if this was the Titanic, Northern Forces, they're Jack, and Fury are Rose. And they get the door to float on. They're the ones who are...
But you know what? There's still room on that door floating on.
There
in
is.
the middle of the,
But
there's still room.
she found it convenient enough.
Like, well, Fury gonna keep that door all to themselves,
Yep.
and all that space is for them at this point. 5-2 is a big gap here in Rainbow Six. On round 8, it does not bode well, but we've seen crazy comebacks. We've seen teams, like in the last round, win 7 rounds in a row. Northern Forces can still win 5 rounds in a row. It is not completely off the table. It is definitely something still achievable. And looking at their roster so far, I think it's possible. Schwan's gonna have to make some magic work, though. If you're gonna pick something like a Nook, you have to make something, you have to find a couple of kills to make that worthwhile. Not having more utility for the rest of your team means that you have to really perform as a fragger and an entry. And as I say that, he proves me right.
Oh.
There we go. Dark getting taken off, and now Yiga being eliminated as well, which I would argue is a massive loss now, because now they don't have any hard breach.
No way. The gauntlet man to just close it in front of him. No, luckily for him, no catch out there. Nade perfectly
What?
connects on the bar. What
Amazing.
What a throw. What an arm and what a pitch here. But Clazy. Okay, all these skills are happening away from what we're really seeing, but somehow people dying.
Somehow it's working out. This time around, Northern forces are coming through, and they know exactly what's happening. They are reacting to the situation, they are adapting, and we're seeing something a little bit different. Can they keep this up through the rest of the round? Rotera drones come out, RCXD doing its thing, and now throwing out some Gemini holograms as well to be able to confuse the enemy and perhaps gather some more hard intel as a player.
Well, information here is the key. A Schwan finds that
kills.
kill on I-9. Yeah, triple for him. Could go for a fourth like Collis. He's been found. I bet that Rotera drones could give them the information. They know he's here in the statuary. He's going to have to hold on to this monument for the meantime. Not much bullets in the mag. He's got 10. Only needs 1 to secure it. But Bin makes sure that doesn't go to waste. What a round once more for Fury as, correct me if I'm wrong, they've taken match point. I'm
I
wrong.
believe you're wrong. You're wrong. That was Northern Forces.
Yes, that was Northern Forces.
Is-
Yes.
Yes. So I stayed silent for a second. I was like, wait, what? Did I miss something?
No, I am very mistaken. Yes. Apologies.
It's okay. I was there yesterday. Don't worry. Northern Forces. I mean, the last time I was casting, but yeah, Northern Forces are doing a little bit better in that round. Very, very convincing. Schwan leaving with a triple kill. Could have been even crazier, but I just cannot believe that the Nook went absolutely bonkers in the last possible second, and then he just came up clutch, took out a lot of utility, took out players with grenades through the floor. A 2-story kill through flooring, fantastic, great pick, especially when you're low on intel like that. But clearly enough intel to provide the right amount of kills and to provide the right amount of momentum for Northern Forces to take that round from the hands of Fury. So,
10 seconds remaining.
can the Thai team hold it together long enough to be able to take this game
Attackers objective is to
for
locate
themselves
a
and
bomb
move into
and
match point? Because once they do that, they at least secure themselves the opportunity to be in to secure the game faster. But you know, like, Northern Forces want to take this to match point, because then they at least, for them as a losing team, are able to take this into match point. And
Well,
oh my
no
gosh!
way. No way Hajime just did that. That is horrendous. That is despicable, but beautiful as well. Juan, he already expected it to come as well. He can hear it. He can see the ping. But still Hajime gets away with it like a thief in the night. Man, oh man, taking candy from a baby.
What I was trying to say before was that I was wondering if they were gonna, I was saying that if Northern Forces get to take this into overtime, they at least have the extra opportunity to be able to fight back. And it doesn't look like they're gonna, it does look like they're gonna need it. They are down on men, and right now they are struggling to find these rounds. But so far, Fury on that defense are being extra aggressive because they don't want Northern Forces to even feel like they have a chance.
Yeah, that is just so disheartening to lose early picks like that. And Northern Forces, they had a good round, the last one up top when they were taking the Master side, but this one isn't looking as favorable. Still, though, not out of the question, but with a pick like that, Hajime makes sure things are going to be a lot more lopsided, trying to control this side, but the 90 is still in the hands of Fury. It's a big position for them to try and take. Bin doesn't expect I-9, even though he's pre-aiming it, and this round should be done. Aziga finds one. He's done. Fury, they now finally actually do take match point.
They are one step away from taking victory here, and Northern Forces are just so much further away than ever before. Round 10 and match point for Fury does mean that Northern Forces are out of chances. They must win 3 rounds back-to-back in order to take this into overtime. And then from overtime, win another 2 rounds non-stop. That is 5 rounds consecutively. Now, we saw 7 rounds over on Bank. It's still possible, it's still workable, especially for a team like Northern Forces. But are they being outclassed? Fury are performing so well here. that Northern Forces are struggling not only with the random forces and random bursts of aggression coming up from Fury, but they're also struggling to understand what they're trying to achieve as a roster and team and how they're setting up these defenses. Albeit the one victory they had on their attack in the start.
Yeah, that one round was really one of the few ones that kind of looked convincing, but for the most part, things have been in the pocket here of Fury. The Northern Forces, their attacking round, like what, 2 rounds ago, was pretty swell. Let's see if they can continue that up further. Schwan, we've seen the Nook come into play quite more often than we really would have expected, I think, coming to this Operation League. Necessary? Maybe. But I'm not too sure if it could be the right answer. A lot of it comes down to some good timing as well, but if it's not totally supported with information gathered, then it really is a shot in the dark, and I'm not such a big fan of those kind of 50-50 gambles on how a round should go out.
Yeah, like I said, Nook is just a very selfish operator, and when you're in a deficit like this, placing your bets on a selfish operator in order to perform kill-wise means that you have to be able to pick up those frags. While the fact that your team is actually struggling to pick up frags, kills, eliminations, takedowns, whatever you want to call it, you need to bring more utility to deconstruct the defense, because that's what that defense is about. And Villa is a very defense and
utility,
if anything, can be a little bit of a labyrinth.
Yeah.
It can be a maze.
Utility is really prevalent, especially on a map like this where teams love to put lots of those hurdles in the path. I mean, that's true for almost every map, but much more so, especially on Villa. And the sprawling nature that it has, it's pretty good for roamers as well to create different roadblocks that can be problematic for the attacking side. So maybe this is their answer, trying to find a way to be able to skip through all that and just simply find a backdoor entrance, but it just hasn't been working so far for the Northern Forces. You can see the Nook here making lots of noise, but see if it's really going to pan out in the end.
Lazy still has some claymores left in her pocket. Dark takes out Ray C immediately, and there goes your frag grenades, there goes your sledgehammer, and there goes a lot of utility. Dark gets traded back by Bin Bin, and you know what? That's a pretty decent trade. But honestly, not worth it considering Ray C was the one that got taken out. And saying that, Lazy's not exactly healthy, and also now dead. They traded back on Tahajime, and looks like it's a 2-for-2 on both sides.
Well, 3v3 right now just favors the attacking side if they can get especially another pick, but it does spread the defense a bit thinner here for the Fury squad. 40 seconds left to work with. Northern Forces, they have to anticipate this. This could go wrong if they don't realize where, especially here as they round the corner, the memorial room that's being held, this crossfire, they have some notion. Someone waiting in the library side. Ashwan, he has a difficult position. He's kind of pincered, but he realizes the peak here is about to come. BG Man waiting in there. The peak comes, and that's exactly what is it. The trade comes out immediately. 15 seconds to work with on the stairs. I9's able to make sure that he's got all eyes on deck. It's all on the Yiga. 10 seconds left. The clock is ticking. The sands are hollowing, but it's not going to work in his favor. The peak come from Lycalls, and that is going to be Fury securing the game, the round, and this map. Villa is theirs.
Where was he when his team needed him the most? Turning up a little bit too late, like Hollis was just not able to perform or even add to that team fight or even provide a refrag for his team when... No, sorry, not like Hollis, but yeah, just unfortunate the way it went down. Just not being there at the right time. The ace just didn't turn up on time and provide a Fury a very easy win, and there we go, second match of the day, very convincingly coming down to fragging power. Just absolutely demolishing them with pure skill, really. Not even outthinking them in many senses, just surprising them with superior firepower.
Yeah, well, the baseline of a team like Fury is already a pretty high bar for, the Northern Forces to try and topple over, at least use as a hurdle. But for the meantime, that's going to be Northern Forces taking another loss here in the Operation League as Fury continue their reign. We saw, even though there was a lot of individual plays, I'll give you that line, I do think that we saw many moments where it really was some team play outplay, like when we saw, the ace throw his Selma towards that 90 position, and then they used I-9 to bait out the position of that and really take the 90 control. We saw those type of small micro plays that really had big effects near the end of things, and that's why really Fury, they're the superior team in this matchup.
Comes down to experience, and they've been around for quite a while. Not surprised, if anything. Overall, that team has been performing so well. As you can see here, it's a very one-sided roster, one-sided scoreboard. 4 rounds in a row over on that defense, on that attack first, to flip over for Northern Forces to even struggle over on that defense, and then on that attack as well. Just not a great time for the Taiwanese team, but Villa coming in here to be a very, to actually surprise me to some extent, because Fury played on attack and they broke all expectations. They beat probability and proved to be the better team.
Yeah, well, Fury, that's them continuing on, ending this in 10 rounds quite quickly enough. And some great performances from a bunch of the individual players that we did see from the Fury squad. I mean, we saw many moments, and of course, before we go on to that, you guys should follow Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel down below. Enter the hashtag in the Twitch chat, hashtag Fight for Glory, for a chance to win. 600 R6 credits can be yours, as well as the very, very fancy R6 OLC pin. Isn't that amazing?
Honestly, we need one of those for ourselves. I've got this mirror one here from the Koyo pin store, the official Rainbow Six merch. But you know what? It's not as cool as that. That is swag. That is actual privilege. And you know what? We had one winner earlier today. Check out the chat in Twitch for your chance to win. I think the winner was just drawn as well. So if that was you, congratulations. There are 2 more chances to win tonight as well for the next 2 games. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you put in those hashtags at the right time. Don't just put them in willy-nilly. You put that in right now. It's a bit of a waste. But you know what? Soon, we're going to have another 2 games coming up, Black and Blue. We've got more Rainbow Six action left for everybody here. And, of course, more prizes.
Yeah. Well, I think we're about ready to get going to a break. So when we do come back, I believe this should be it. You guys are watching the Operational League. 2 matches down, 2 more to go to end the night off. And as we're kind of rounding out, the latter half of this Operation League, we're about halfway through. We got like 14 play days. We're now at 7, ready, starting to see which teams have separated themselves from the pack. But Lan, I'll give you the honors of throwing us into break.
We will be coming back to a break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Stay there. And we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for more Rainbow Six action.
This, and no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. Oh, no one does it better. No one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up Reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Push down the solar stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get one. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal, though, with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more as players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3.
Barrett next in the line. Unfortunately, it's all looking a bit bleak. Watermelon for 1. Can he find more? He finds a second. It's a triple for him. It's a 1v1 Cthulhu. He just needs on D! And the free fire is good there for Watermelon.
Getting into the plant, Sapper creeping in. Oh, guys, here spots the back of Bin. Bin will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yee there for the trade, make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain, has the off-angle smokes available to play with. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yee. Will use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firelord out of the site here. He tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Like Hollis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up. Goes for the vertical play. Like Hollis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down. Firelord for 3. Manages 1v3 clutch fury.
Coconut hit makes it even worse. Joe told you that to go big. Told you Joe.
Perfect.
No, it's Joe. Joe for the triple. Might even pop it up. He's the win here. 10 seconds now. He's in red time. He's going to go for the plant. No, where the final player is. And Logi, no, he doesn't. Tucks in behind the chassis. He tries to beat it out. No. Oh my God! What? He hits it through the wall.
I'm sorry. What?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And we're back for more Rainbow Six here in the 3rd round of the night on the day 7 of Operation League. So Black and Blue, we are going to see some pretty interesting matches for the next 2 games. Maybe not as spectacular as it was for
The Fury game.
the Fury game. That was, it had some wow factors. I love the round where they obviously had a surprise rush, the Blitzkrieg as you called it. But you know, this coming match is going to be pretty different. So that last game, shocking performance, to be honest, from Northern Forces. I expected so much more. But this coming match, Black and Blue, how are you feeling for the next 2 games?
I know I said this for the last match where I expected it to be close. It wasn't, even if the individual rounds were. The final scoreline didn't suggest that, but this one could be a different case. I think the last game, there was definitely a clear-cut winner. I mean, rather, a clear-cut advantageous team that we were kind of expecting to be the winners of it, and yeah, Fury did. The first one, Direwolves versus Game Gladiators, didn't really go that way, but they're pretty close to doing it anyway, so we're going to find out exactly how these next 2 games will go, but yeah, I'm expecting more bangers, just like what we saw.
Man, I just don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off, but we have 2 more games, and they're pretty exciting matches for tonight as well. The Estrape game, I honestly want to see what they can do. That's the last match of the night, but honestly, like, versus Champion, it's like, if Estrape can pull off rounds against Elevate, what can they do against Champion? You know, I need to know this. It's a must know for the end of the night, and we can only see that coming through. So don't go anywhere. We have more games coming up for that. But the next game coming up is, of course, Elevate, and I believe. Oh man, my brain is not working. Black and Blue, help me.
It's supposed to be Elevate versus Obsession. Yes,
that's the one. Yes, Deadpool. That's right, of course. That's how I know it. So Deadpool is in that roster, of course, as you can see here. Obsession, a team that's had kind of a 50-50 performance so far. Some good times, some bad times, but overall pretty promising as a roster. But Elevate, we all know this organization, we all know these players. Overall, high-performing organization and team.
Yeah, well, I mean, we look at, I guess, the history of how they have been performing, if we're going to talk about the Obsession to start things off. And they've had okay performances, but nothing really too great, right? They beat Estrape, yes, but they faltered versus the Gaming Gladiators, versus the Dire Wolves, and versus even Northern Forces. And you already talked about them against the champions, but they were the only team, as we talked about a while ago on the second series of the day, that they're the only team that has been able to take a game off of Fury. And that in itself is already a big thing. So when they come up against the rematch, I'm curious to see how exactly that will play out. But we've talked about the Obsession, and you even mentioned the man of how they can be very, very dangerous. You have players here like Roldini, who we have been seeing for quite a long time already as well in the Operation League. They've had that experience as well. Jay Lucky also has been really a standout performer, but you want to look at the stats, it's right there. Silence has been a complete dead ninja in the night towards any opposition that comes up against him. Let's see if Obsession here can take down what could honestly be kind of like a very difficult team for them to take down, because Elevate, they have been for the longest time one of the best teams here in SCA, and that's still continuing on here in the Operation League.
That's not the only challenge they have on their hands tonight. They've got a wild card player, Miller Mo, coming in as a sub. Does mean that we don't know anything about him, and naturally as a substitute player you don't have that same synergy as you would with the main roster. That's quite natural. Here for Elevate, they have their full roster. As you can see, very positive, very enticing scores. Everyone here has been performing, and we know that for sure because we've seen them play, we've seen them perform. Mark, DCH, Sapper, Mr. Punch, who has surprised me, by the way, in many ways, and Onigiri. All these guys have been around the Southeast Asian Thai scene for a very long time, and we know that they perform very well, and they are very scary. They are very scary players, and if anything, we're one of the scariest players in the scene for a time.
Very, very formidable they are, and any person who comes up against the Elevate team here in the APAC scene as a whole, and especially SCA, you know what it means. You go up against Onigiri, Mr. Punch, Sapper. These guys have been really leading the charge from the get-go. And Sapper especially has been having himself a hell of a season here at the Operation League. And he's been having incredible numbers as well to back that up. But so is Mr. Punch. And so is Mark. So this entire team Elevate, they've really kind of raised the bar once more. Even though they've got already high expectations of them, of what they should be able to do, they're meeting all of that and even more so further. So if they can win this series, then they're going to still be right up there with Gaming Gladiators at the top of the leaderboard currently.
They need to be able to perform, of course, and I mean, they have been so far. Their track record for the last few games has been phenomenal. They've been doing very well, and so far they are, of course, sitting at second place. So, considering that they have a much more enticing score than Obsession, who aren't too far behind, to be honest. I can only imagine a map like Villa that they are gonna do. They are gonna perform quite well. If anything, it's gonna be quite a challenge. But starting off on this attack will be Obsession. So, in some sense, Villa, Elevate have that advantage already.
Well, Villa. We're looking at, Villa as a map for both teams, really. And Elevate, we've seen them be okay on Villa in the past, at least historically. They were able to beat Direwolves, although that was pretty close, 7-8. So it wasn't a stomp by all means, but their match against the Strape was more of a bit of that. Although, again, that's the Strape who are currently at the bottom of the leaderboards right now. You look at Obsession, and you see how, if you're looking really at how they have played Villa in the past, it was always an okay map for them. We've only seen them play it out rather once, as compared to the twice that we've seen it from the Elevate side. And in that case, to be fair, as we said, they did beat Fury on that matchup, with Obsession taking it 7-5. So still not a bad map for them, but not one as seemingly reliable just yet as Elevate has made it for them. So another Villa map, second time in a row here today. Let's see how this goes.
If it's going to be anything like the last game, we might see an absolute upset coming through. Obsession on that attack might completely take it away from Elevate and surprise us yet again. But I wonder how this new guy is going to be. They have a completely fresh player coming in. They seem to be in good spirit, and they are quite they see everything seems good for them. But don't forget, Elevate have the LAN advantage. They are all in the same room at their playhouse, their gaming house, and they have that live in-person edge. And that matters. It's a huge thing. There's less delay in communication. There is a full-blown different experience just being next to the player you're competing with.
There definitely is that, as we like to call it, boot camp buff, right? So, Obsession, banning that Twitch. We saw drones be a very important part of the game a while ago, but those are Rotero drones. So, I'm curious to see that not a single Flores ban has been shown just yet. Well, my taking off projectile denial could be big here on a map like Villa, but for that to be taken off is going to force really the opposition to have to employ an Aruni or a Jaeger. In this case, Azami taken off as well, so none of those cheeky kunais for barricading off holes and plugging in where they could seep in is going to be effective here. So Obsession attacking side for them to start off. Not an easy side, especially against the impeccable defense we know Elevate can bring here on Villa.
It's a big ban to have off the board. We've seen her perform quite well over the last 2 games. Highly used. A lot of utility, as we can see. But that leaves a lot of room for the defenders as well. Now that they've taken Azami off the board, it does mean they've got more room to play with the defenders. I believe Haid is still available. And on a map like Villa, remotely electrifying your walls might be a very good thing. Now, I don't see him get played a lot on this map. Not a big deal. In saying that, there's still a lot that they can use. A lot of other operators they can use.
They're employing those options for sure. The mute here could have very similar effects to what you were talking about, especially if they
10 seconds remaining.
can't destroy it, but once more, Lan, the Nook, the insistence of teams to have Nook here. Well, it's been working out for most teams that do employ it, but for others, it really does mix their demise. So, once again, it's one of those things where it either works out spectacularly or it doesn't. There isn't that sort of reliability, but hopefully for Obsession, that won't be the case here. Let's see if they can really make things happen. Silence making early noise to try and take some control of the first floor. Under below, actually up above him, is Sapper, who has got a cam prep here for study in case they come his way. Goldini, he's made his way directly here into the bathrooms. No real, I guess, contest being shown by Elevate. They readily concede it. Kind of repositioning themselves to a different position. Nade almost takes down a player. It's Mark who's able to get a kill here in Roldini. He was all alone in that bath, and that's kind of his demise.
He is playing with death right now. You see him run past those bullets. The guy must have dropped his gut. He must have just like sunk down, took a breather for a second and go, oh my gosh, I almost died right there. Unfortunately for the attacking team, did not pick him up. Rodini off the board though does mean that they have less intel available for them and aren't able to take that, I suppose, take that intel for themselves more aggressively. And maybe even they can't even distract any enemies using the Gemini holograms, which is what the original intention was, right?
Certainly. To be able to have a bit of that mind games, keep him second guessing is big. Mute Jammer here to make things difficult to try and open up this wall towards the vault. They have a nade to throw out, but Jay Lucky goes down. Now it's going to be much more difficult. They're going to have to destroy it from underneath, but here comes the Nitro Cell. Doesn't connect, forces him off the angle. Still, Miller alive here. He goes down, not for long. There's no way for them now to open up that reinforced wall. This round is looking done here, Land 1v5.
Mark on like 5 health still survives, and the rest of Elevate are going for a team ace at this rate. We're only missing 1 kill on Sapper for that to happen, and it does look like, oh, it won't be him, it will be Mark, but Silence gets taken off the board, and now Elevate have a very clean round, a perfect round if anything.
Elevate, as of the moment, setting a high standard here to start things off. Practically perfect in that opening round here to get things going. And the initial kind of really defense that they've showed here towards Obsession has been impenetrable. Well, let's see if that continues on. We saw a while ago, right, Land, with Dire Wolves. They had a really good start, 2 rounds to start things off, but then lost every round right after. So who knows? This can definitely still be fought back by Obsession now that they have information on how Elevate like to play. We're going once again for another second floor site. This time for them to go toward that northeastern master side, playing the statuary instead. And lots of teams here, they have 2 options. They come from that master side, or the others, they like to come from Astro. Or there's also the third option, maybe come from the far southern side on that study area, but there is a lot for them to clear, and especially with these Capcan traps being placed up front, and the mute jammers, which will make it much more difficult to drone them out, then at the very least, Obsession, they're going to have to bank on that information they can gather with the Jackal, especially knowing how Elevate love to spread themselves out.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's a lot of intel, a lot of booby traps, even a pre-prepped C4, which I hope he's going to use very soon and early, considering where it was placed. Goldini now putting a couple of shots out there to maybe test the waters and try to get that barricade down remotely. Does notice that there are some holes in the wall, obviously created by the Aruni, but it does mean that they are keeping an eye on that spot, and it is a kill zone for the defending team.
Well, to keep him in that kill box is what Elevate want to do. They want to goad them, bait them in to the waiting, readied arm and readied aim. That's where they want to secure this. Ooh, early damage towards Mark, spraying through the wall. But it's going to be DCH who opens things up here. Rodini, for him to go down early, Lots of information gathering, and the nades taking out the potential here. Elevate, though. The CCH swings. He's straight out by Coconut Head. Mr. Punch on that trade as well, but Onigiri is going to wrap things up here in a Coconut. Leaves Jay Lucky and Miller Mo last two left alive here. Once again, very decisive round looking in the favor of Elevate.
Whatever that order was, I'll take 2. Because all I heard was onigiri, coconut, and rolls. But hey, another one going down. Jay Lucky pick up another kill. And there you go. Mr. Punch off the board. 2 members left for that attacking team. And honestly, it doesn't look very delicious from this standing point.
Could be a tasty snack here for them to pull off if they're able to get another kill. Equalize things up 2-2. That could put Obsession back on track to maybe secure a round here. They've got lots of room to clear. But still, time to work with, which is good. Realizing a Capkin's at play, making sure not to fall into that trap and give away early damage or a kill potentially. A Rooney Gate there on the top. Gonna make the mezzanine push much more difficult. Oh, it's soft. It's not even reinforced. Just could allow them to punch through if Jay Lucky could hit his sledgehammer on it, but that's gonna be more difficult. Not as easily done as said.
Couple of test shots out there, nothing's connecting so far. Jay Luck trying to find that last member on site, but Miller not ready to push into with his teammate just yet. Has a lot of Kairos pellets still in his back pocket, but nothing so far. Flashbang goes out, and still no sign of life, but only his own death. Miller down, and Sapper pick up that kill, leaving Jay Luck all on his own.
Oh, he walks through right in the nick of time, but still Sapper finding the proper poison to the push here. As Elevate, they get a second round. Looking a bit dicey in the end. Great attempt from Obsession to bring things down back to the 2v2. But as soon as, well, Jay Lucky was taken down, that was it. The Hibana, rather Miller Mo, as soon as he went down on that Hibana, things just crumbled. And so unfortunately enough, for Obsession, they give up a second round here in a row. But, well, the stakes are getting closer. This time around, a much closer round. A much more competitive round than that opening round of this half was.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Making it through the Surya gate just before it went live did seem pretty clutch. I heard you, and you know what? I was living for it. But unfortunately, just was not enough. Sapper turned a corner, pick up that kill, and it was just a done deal. Performing very well, by the way, that team, Elevate. Everyone on 2 kills. And you know what? It's like, it's as if they all had a kill around on average, and it really is pretty crazy how well they're performing. Obsession just so lackluster. I'm not sure if it's Miller Mo and his addition and his, him being an additional member on that team. I doubt that's what the problem is. I feel that it's not a case of them being outclassed. I don't think that's what we're seeing here. If anything, it definitely does look like Obsession just aren't being decisive and creating, swift action in order to actually take a lot of these sites. They're pushing it at the wrong time. They're taking too long to prep some of the necessary walls to take down utility. It's just taking a little bit too long on a lot of these different things. As we saw in the last round, like the Sledge and the Hibana over by 90 took way too long to get that frag grenade through to get that wall open, and they paid the price for that. And now that they're pushing through, they're doing a double push, no hot drone, and Jay Luck just gets eliminated just like that.
Well, he's lucky he didn't walk into a Captain Trap by, rather a frost mat by accident, but he gets through with it. Kill goes in the way here of Elevate. As you said, perhaps OBS could be obsessing over the wrong minute details that have larger implications later on, but it's the wrong times. Roldini, he's got his replicators to try and gather information if he needs so, but the Nitro Cell, perfect from underneath. Sapper living up to his name, using the right amount of explosive for that material 3v5, heavily in the favor of Elevate right now, but Silence able to equalize the odds just a bit, but Elevate, they're not going to go unanswered. DCH with an answer back, Coconut Head finding one, finding two! 1v2 right now, Coconut Head keeping this one at bay. Still over a minute left to work with here. Sapper's got all the information he needs. And these shotguns here, especially from Elevate, is going to be so difficult. Oh, very smart for him to retrieve the Nitro Cell by shooting out the soft walls around it.
I did not expect that. Very smart.
Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Oh.
Bam. My goodness. Perfect timing. He threw it out initially on the roof, realized, okay, wait, no, he's out of position now. If I shoot this out, it's going to drop and I can pick it back up. And he uses that exact Nitro Cell to secure the round. Incredible stuff here from Elevate.
A masterclass.
Yeah.
An absolute masterclass in utility right there. He knew he had time because it was like, there's like one guy on the enemy team. I got time for this.
Yeah.
And he shoots it out, gives his position away, but at the same time, the last attacking member just doesn't have it in him to go downstairs, pick up that kill, and then try to secure this and get the plant down. He still has other members on that team that he still has to worry about. It's insane how many things the one member had to deal with, and it just wasn't enough. Coconut Head had too many things on his plate.
It's a bit of a tropical problem here for Obsession as Elevate, especially since knowing that, Coco was very low as well, made that so much more viable. All he needed was a bit of a tag on the explosive radius, and that was all it took to secure the round. But once more, Elevate here. Third round taken. Fourth could be theirs as well. Statuary being heavily reinforced here by DCH, and they want to really secure a lot of the northeastern side, the northern side of the map pressure and control to make sure that we can't have Obsession simply push in towards that Master's side. The Hibana and the Lion could be a big difference maker here. We saw the Hibana a while ago on the first round, but as that was quickly denied by the Mute Jammers, now that they have, maybe more understanding of them having to take vertical control underneath, this could be a very different story.
Yeah, it really could, to be honest. DCH, of course, putting down all his utility in the start, standard, but now that he's got that freedom to roam, team members like unlucky Miller Mo finally picking up his first kill of the game.
Well, Jay Lucky going down, frag grenade potential taken off. A lot of times here, Land, they use these frag grenades, right, to destroy the meat jammers or bandit batteries or whatever it might be on the opposing side, but that does come with some preparation, albeit very little, but still preparation to be able to pull off. And, sometimes it might be more effective to keep things simple. So, as Thatcher isn't banned, I tend to wonder, especially for Obsession here, who really need to, I guess, keep things simple so they can go a bit more fancy in the end. Should they try and pull out that Thatcher or something that might be a bit more old school, archaic, yes, but effective?
Attackers have located a bomb.
You're not wrong. Surprisingly, Thatcher with a 70, I believe the specific number is 70.4% ban rate, is not banned, and they didn't bring that in. Thatcher is good for two reasons. One, his actual weaponry, right?
Yeah.
Actually, fantastic kit.
Yeah, L85.
Second, of course,
AR, really good.
it's just the easy utility. He is the pocket pick, not the pocket pick, the standard pick, an ideal pick for an attacking team, but they just don't have it. Unfortunately, they're going through leaps and bounds to be able to make something happen for this attack, but it's just not working out. Elevate have a real strong footing here on Villa. With 40 seconds left on the clock, I doubt Obsession can actually make anything happen with the little amount of time they have. They still have a wall to open, and there is a jammer down, and they can't do anything about it.
I'm surprised they didn't send, man count early, players early, manpower early downstairs to try and destroy that Mute Jammer, knowing that they were going to be playing once again Dwyer to take this games room. But Mr. Punch, he gets that kill on the Rodini. Things are crumbling once again for Obsession. Coconut Head on the kill, but Sapper's going to get the quick trade frag, and Onigiri secures it as well. My goodness. But Yeah, as I was saying, you know, this composition that they bring into the attacking side, it isn't wrong and it isn't bad, but it takes a bit more sophistication, just a bit more. But that small difference in kind of intent and in really effort can be the big difference maker. Like there, why didn't they have someone already go downstairs knowing they're going to be taking games and knowing that they typically here elevate, place a mute jammer on that vault wall so they can Hibana the 90 wall later on. If they don't want to do that, then the Thatcher could be a quick fix to all their woes, really. So it's a proposal, maybe not the answer, but a proposal that could fix things here for the Obsession attack.
There are solutions on solutions for everything. Rainbow Six is a game based on creativity where players excel based on their troubleshooting problems. But unfortunately, there was no troubleshooting seen. They came into a dead end and did absolutely nothing in order to overcome that. Their solution to that problem was to rush in the doors and play completely into the hands of Elevate that was wanting them to do so.
Yeah.
And now that they've put down Vulcans in order to control some of these 90s and entrances, Elevate are looking like they're just gonna explode onto the scene with this defense and just flip it on its head and do exactly what Fury did and just become absolutely dominating and overly aggressive on this defense, more than they need to. But will they? Yes, because they can.
This defense of theirs, absolutely impeccable so far here on the Elevate squad. And Sapper, the amount of information he's gathering is huge. But what also is huge is the fact they have 3 nitro cells, which has been a big problem with Rodini. Simply into his own demise, into the waiting hands and ready to aim of Mr. Punch. Silence on the trade. Not a direct one, but a trade nonetheless. It takes some damage, but still 4v4. Low HP on either side.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a great start for Obsession. Trying to take fights and trying to push in without much more assistance than possible. Silence now taking a back seat in order to drone out and gather a little bit more information for himself and anyone pushing through. Understands now that the halls are quite clear. Might be able to actually get in there, but Miller Mo with 1 kill and 4 deaths is peeking this window like his life depends on it. I do not suggest that, my guy. I know your objective is to open up those walls and perhaps even just clear that site in general so you can actually get in, but there are better places for him to be. I'm not sure why he's not overawed by Master Bedroom. Oh, he is. Okay, he's changed. Okay.
Getting a sit rep. Bomb located by attackers.
Connection severed.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that he's got bathroom and master bedroom secured, a prep C4 from Sapper might spell demise for the attacking team as they're starting to take a little bit of damage, and Coconut burning to a crisp, dropping down to about 25 HP. Does not look very healthy now, trying to oppose any of the defenders, trying to stop him on his push in. Miller trying to duel all the way through, and there we go. There's that prep C4 from Sapper. It goes down, and he along with it. Only 2 members left on that attack, and it's Coconut and Silence. 1 more kill going down for them, but it doesn't look good for them so far.
15 seconds left.
He walks into the fire and the flames there, Coconut Head. The amount of utility kills Elevate are getting here is absolutely spectacular, Land. This round is done as Sapper finds a 3rd in the round. 2 with a gun, 1 with a bomb. Just impeccable play we're seeing here from Elevate. 5 straight rounds. They are absolutely demolishing Obsession here.
It's kind of crazy how fast this game is going. Considering Elevate have not lost a single round. Did we put it past them? Absolutely not. We saw this coming, and Elevate should be winning this round. Considering that Obsession on that leaderboard is only seated at 5th.
Yeah.
You know, Elevate tied for first previously on the last play day.
Attackers need to
Yep.
locate and defuse as
Did
many bombs as they can.
does deserve to win here, and they're expected to win. But Obsession are not making a good case for themselves. They want to be always seen as a team that has great potential of winning at all times. But with a 3-win, 3-loss, it's like, come on,
Yeah.
man. Like,
Grasping at straws here.
one round? One round. That's all I ask for, just one round.
It's easier said than done at this moment. Elevate, they're playing really well. It's really suffocating here to the attacking side of Obsession, and as I said, for them to start on the attacking side is going to be a big problem moving forward, knowing how Elevate are pretty good on this map on Villa.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
It's been a big point of contention here. Obsession haven't been able to really shut down just yet. Hopefully for their sake, their spirits are not down in the dumps just yet. Looking to take the second floor control, play vertically. They're doing a very wide clear here, really, to try and take it from the study side, knowing that kitchen is what's being held, which is actually above the master side in the very northern end of the map. So, curious decisions here by Obsession. Want to take lots of control, but also does give them the benefit of not having to worry about their backs later on. Oh, Thatcher, by the way, Lan,
Oh.
finally.
About time.
Maybe they heard
man.
me.
About time. Yeah. They definitely heard the cries of the casters. Coconut taking out DCH is a really good omen for Elevate for Obsession as they start this round finally with an advantage.
Well, that's a lifeline they've been looking for a while. It's been quite muddy waters they've been walking in, but seemingly clearing out just a bit here if they can take a few more rounds. Nitro connects, but not enough to kill Rodini. He's still up for the fight. Goodness here, Lan. Enjoy Lucky. They've taken this, yeah, they've taken this control, but the Nitro cells are just so scary. It's like wherever they step, they have to be careful. It could be lava.
Oh no. Sees that one. Might be able to react to it. Unfortunately, not much more information on where he has gone, where he might have rotated to. Jay Lucky holding down the position up top over an Astro. Rodidi. C4. Man, Sapper is on a roll with these C4s. Can we talk about how many kills he's gotten with that C4 block?
It's like 2 or 3 now.
Every round, there's one. Every round, there's probably one C4 kill.
Yeah.
It's insane.
A lot of that was from Sapper, too. I mean, his name is Sapper. And Sapper are those technicians, engineers that bring a very explosive answer to delicate scenarios. So Coconut Head, this memorial room of his, he's trying to make a quick landmark out of the corpses of Elevate, but they're not giving them that. Not going to go down to Martyr just yet. As Miller Mo, he's going to be taken down here by Mark. As Elevate, 20 seconds left to hold on to. The defuse are out of their hands. He doesn't even see it, but now he does. Sapper, huge kill he finds, and they all crumble down. A perfect, flawless, impeccable half here to start off the game. 6-0 from Elevate.
Unfortunately, his foot got seen as he was prone on the floor, and it gave his position away. It did look from behind that couch. There was nobody in that room until the heel of the boot revealed itself. Because they were wriggling around a little bit too much. Definitely probably heard him as well if the comms were clear. But we do know for sure Elevate are on match point and they are about to take this flawlessly if they keep that up. It does not look like they're going to stop anytime soon. And in all honesty, I would not put it past them to get this 7-0. A very humbling experience for Obsession despite Miller Mo's more cheery disposition. The rest of his team, of course, laser focused, and you can tell the tension's on.
Yeah, I mean, it's high stakes here, especially since we're already halfway through the play days for this. But Elevate, they have completely continued to rise above Obsession here.
Attackers have discovered the
I've been
location.
fimbling, frothing at the mouth to get around, but they still can't. They were so close a few times over, but it was all Elevate all the way, never ending. These traps from the Goyo could be big. Like later on those stairs, they can be deceptively annoying, especially in a late round scenario. When those things pop, it can be quite deadly, especially for Obsession, but rather for Elevate. But Obsession, this is what they want to bank on. Could be their final round of this matchup versus Elevate. Let's see if Elevate's attacking side stands up to their impeccable defense.
Yeah, if Obsession have any chance of upsetting a perfect match for Elevate, it's here on this first defensive round. Roldini as a Valkyrie coming in 0-6 compared to Zapper's 10-1 is stepping into a great man's shoes. He has to perform to a fair degree. Considering his history as a player as well, I expect great things from Roldini. I used to say great things like, you know, triple kill Roldini, quadra kill Roldini, you know?
Yeah.
But today, it's just not happening. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Angling for the nade. That's DCH who opens things up here. Him at the helm of that is a big problem. And see now. Gratiosa. Rodini. He's got his cams, his black eyes to look and have a peek at anything that happens, but Sapper, okay, gets a kill here. Elevate. They're attacking the side, looking as formidable as the defense on the swing, looking perfect right now. Pincer on Rodini. He was trapped and taken down. 2v5 land. This could be the end.
Yeah, Silence has to hold us down by himself. Has all three Toxic Babes. Has a lot of utility left in his pocket, along with his fellow SAS member on that defense. The mute Miller Mo, with one jammer left, might be able to deny a little bit more information, but no, he's decided to take this gunfight despite the numbers at disadvantage and despite his position. And now Miller, in a position where he can't fight anything else, gives them the flawless round by running straight at them. GG's all around, coming up from both sides and good sportsmanship, but a flawless victory for Elevate.
A complete sweep here in the favor of Elevate. 7-0, flawless, impeccable. They have shown to be. That Osa is so annoying. Pretty much like a Monty at that point when he just comes out around the corner with shield up. And Elevate know how to use every advantage to their benefit. As they continue on, still staying at the top of this leaderboard along with the Gaming Gladiators. And well-deservedly so. Especially with the amazing, really quite reliable and consistent performances we've seen from one of APAC's finest.
A crazy game. I did not expect it to be so one-sided. I honestly thought that Elevate would lose 1 or 2 rounds. Obsession are not a team without merit, and they have had some really good turnouts. But today, it just wasn't their time. Both teams, for the last 2 games that we thought would put up a decent fight, Northern Forces, Obsession, both had substitute players come in with no prior track record, and both teams with those substitute players tanked it.
We haven't had a single close game this entire night. Like the first match, GG versus Dire Wolves, 7-2. Second match, 7-3. Now 7-0. Nothing really breaking past that 3-round mark on the opposition. So we're gonna hope for Champions and a Strape to be a bit of a more competitive game, because that one was a complete outclassing, to be frank, and unfortunately so in the favor of Elevate here for any Obsession fans. They really seemed too keen on the wrong minute details. They couldn't see the bigger picture. The forest confused for the trees, and Elevate, they know to keep their really attention at what matters, and that's what they did, securing this one in such a decisive fashion. This is a quick win and a good one for them to end their night off with.
It's definitely a game for the books, and it's going down in R6 history here for Operation League. Elevate, probably some of the best shape they've been all leagues so far. So, pretty excited to see how this is going to turn out overall. Pretty impressive, but just as impressively, we still have giveaways. This giveaway here, we are going to be picking a winner in the next few minutes. Right live in chat here on Rainbow Six SEA. So make sure you're following the channel here on Twitch. Put the hashtag in the chat if you haven't done that already. to stand a chance to win a R6 Operation League Southeast Asia pin, along with 600 credits for PC, of course.
I want me one of those. Hopefully.
I want both.
Yes, I want both. I like the credits, yes, but the pin, dude, I would rock that. And for the meantime, you guys can have a chance to rock that, as Mr. Land, the man here, just said. Put those hashtags down in the chat, and hopefully you're going to be the lucky one at the end of the day to get your lucky prize. Unfortunately, though, no same fortune, no same luck for some of the teams we've had here today, as very decisive wins have been bestowed upon them by force. But this next one could be the difference maker. We've got Champions versus a Strape right up next after this break. But Lan, once again, the performance from Elevate is just something so hard to shake off. Hopefully, for the sake here of Obsession on their next match that they're going to be playing versus Fury, they can shake off a lot of that bad juju and really perform their best once more.
Even then, up against Fury, it is a uphill climb. We saw how Fury performed in the last game just before this. Yet again, of the same caliber, definitely seated at the top right next to Elevate, and they deserve to be so. Obsession have a lot of work to do. They are not a team that we should be looking down on, but if anything, we expect so much more from that roster due to their history in the scene. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these short messages. We've got more giveaways for the last game between Champion and a Strape. Stay tuned for the last match of the night here on Rainbow Six Operation League Southeast Asia.
Shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We chillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture, and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. But here I come, push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, nowhere, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up Reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Push down the solar stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get one. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal, though, with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more. His players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3.
Barrett next in the line. Unfortunately, it's all looking a bit bleak. Wattmelon for 1. Can he find more? He finds a second. It's a triple for him. It's a 1v1. Cthulhu. He just thinks on D! And the free fire is good there for Wattmelon.
Getting into the plant, Sapper creeping in. Archives here, spots the back of Bin. Bin will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yee there for the trade, make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain, has the off-angle smokes available to play with. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yee. Will use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firelord out of the site here. He tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Like Hollis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up. Goes for the vertical play. Like Hollis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down. Firelord for 3. Manages 1v3 clutch fury.
Coconut hit makes it even worse. Joe told you that to go big. Told you Joe.
Perfect.
No, it's Joe. Joe for the triple. Might even pop it up. The win here. 10 seconds now. He's in red time. He's going to go for the plant. No, where the final player is. And Logi. No, he doesn't. Tucks in behind the chassis. He tries to bait it out. No. Oh my God! What? He hits it through the wall.
I'm sorry. What?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are here for our last game of the day. Last game of the night for me and for you, actually, Black and Blue. But we're going into Champion versus Astrape, a match that is going to be very interesting for sure. Of course, we've seen Champion pull off some pretty interesting stuff. They've had some really good rounds and really good moments, as you saw in the previous highlight. Astrape as well have had some really surprising pockets in some of their games where they take us by surprise, and we didn't expect them to play the way they did. Definitely a team that has potential, but still very young and new to the scene. Black and Blue, going into this game, coming off the last match, how are you feeling? What are your predictions for this? I know what your predictions are scoreboard-wise, but considering the performances tonight, what's on your mind?
Well, I think for the most part, pretty much everybody has Champion to be pegged as the team to win this one, right? Over Astrape, because, well, to be frank, Astrape, they have yet to win a single map, a single game throughout this entire Operation League this season, but it could change very much so right here, right now. Like, there aren't as many teams that I think are closer to the level of a Strape are than Champion. Now, Champion, they're not a bad team per se, but they are lower down in the standings, you know, as well as with Northern Forces and the Strape, and they're at the bottom 3 of the team, so at the very least, there is a bigger chance for a Strape to win this match over pretty much any of the other matches that they've ever had throughout this entire tournament. They have yet to play... actually, no, they have played Northern Forces to open up the day, to open up their tournament run, but let's see. Champion, it could be their final mark here, at least their first mark, rather, to get themselves going in this tournament, and if a Strape can win a match here, that can hopefully help them momentum-wise, and especially, you know, just mentally get back into the rhythm of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty rough run for a Strape, and they've gone without a win this entire season. Not even a timeout or even some kind of technicality. It has just been a pretty hard time. Of course, James Bond is on that side of the roster, so it's looking like a Champion game, to be honest. But a Strape definitely have some kind of potential on their side, and I think they could make it work for sure.
Definitely so, but let's look at the roster we've got on the board. We got some big names like Exorlotic here. Has been having himself a field day in the tournament, but let's not forget about Labyrinth, Farlord, Pawaret, and Watmelon, who has also been doing a good job on that back line of things. But as we said, you know, Labyrinth and Exorlotic have been really at the forefront and leading the charge here for Champion to get the wins that they have. They've only been able to really get one series win throughout this tournament so far. And that was, as we talked about, against the, I believe it was against North? Actually, no, let me correct myself. It was actually against, yes, North. So Northern Forces is the only team they've beaten. So that's definitely a case to be made. But we look at Strape on the opposite end of things, and LAN, they haven't, as we talked about, had themselves a really good run so far. But once more, a sub coming in here for Arise on Strape.
Yeah, it's not looking good. So far, substitute players, and you know, just historically, substitute players just do not end up having good track records for any of these teams or players. It disrupts their synergy, and it's he's a player that they haven't practiced with too much more than their main roster, which they would dedicate the majority of the time to. Hopefully, he's there culturally as well, and in communication they have some good synergy, but it really, so far all these wild cards are just not panning out positive.
Yeah, those cards, sometimes, you know, it really does matter which hand you bring to the table, which decks are going to be played. But Villa, once again here, LAN, the third Villa of the night, 3 out of 4. Well, it seems like there's definitely no second guesses on where these teams want to play for this matchup. As we've talked about, one of the most defender-sided, if not the most defender-sided map we have had statistically here in the Operation League. And you look at their previous performances on Villa for really either side, and you know, Champion, they have gone toe-to-toe with some of the best Villa teams in the past, but it hasn't really come to pass this entire Operation League. You look at the opposite end of things, though. You look at a Strape here and what they were able to do when it comes to Villa, and you don't really get much of the same as well compared to how the Elevate squad has, for example, been on this map, or even Champion in the past. But so really, for both of these teams, it's a fresh new look, and they won't really have much to go by. As we said, Strape only able to play Elevate the last time around, and that's the one time they played Villa this entire season. So, at the very least, it gives Champion a VOD to look back to, even though it was a pretty wayward performance from that squad of we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. King Farlord has not turned up yet, though, so we'll see when he does show. But just want to note that Champion will be starting on this attack, so coming in on attack does mean that they are confident on that defense and they want to get the hard stuff done with first. Now, considering that they picked Villa over Bank in the ban phase, which we didn't get to see, it does mean that they are looking for something more defender-sided, and they are much more comfortable on this map than, which speaks volumes, because Bank is a very structured map and is a pretty even playing field.
Oh, a Nook here. Being banned out early is pretty curious. We've seen Nook have such a high pick rate, especially on Villa lately. Kind of use that labyrinthian, sprawling map to their advantage on the roam and on the anti-roam catch for the attacking side. But the second ban coming up here, Thatcher finally taken off the board. We have seen teams leave that open but not abused with. So we're going to defensive-sided bans. What do you think of this Nook ban coming off these actually opening 2 bans line?
Honestly, the opening ban for Nook is pretty pocket, and it might bite them in the back, because I honestly don't think Nook is ban-worthy. I 100% don't think Nook is ban-worthy. Thatcher, 70% ban rate, sure, go for it. Makes sense in all ways possible. Valkyrie getting banned on a map like Villa. We saw how much potential Valkyrie has on a map like this. It's already a maze. There are a lot of nooks and crannies and a lot of spots you can place those black eye cameras, and it provides not only a lot of information, but it creates this impending sort of like doom situation for the attackers if they don't eliminate these black eye cameras as soon as possible. There are outside spots for those cameras, there are internal spots as well, and paired up with that C4, it just makes Valkyrie into an absolute monster in the map. And we saw Sapper go bonkers, 10-1 in the first half of that game on Villa. And for a map that's been played 3 times today, taking her off the board makes complete sense. Kaid off the board, could have had a better ban for a map like Villa.
Well, let's see. I mean, Cade, I do think it's a pretty worthwhile ban, though. Like, if they really do not want to have to deal with those pesky electro claws, especially for the hatches, then it makes sense. It just comes down to, I guess, which they want to prioritize, and in that case, they don't want to have to deal with a Cade, and thus not having to be forced to maybe pull out a Twitch or pull out a, for example, a IQ. And I think it's more of a case of also realizing that, okay, because Thatcher was banned, we won't have an easy, quick solution for any Cade Electroclaw that will always work. So let's make sure that we don't have to deal with whatever small circumstances that it could propose and be a problem towards us.
Action phase is on the go. All the ADS and all the defenses are up, and Azami, of course, now available in this round and this game, unlike the previous match between Elevate and Obsession, does create a lot of hard positions for attackers. Just because I think that a map like this, corridors are narrow. A lot of these angles are very tight. Azami blocks that off quite quickly, and she can easily put a plug in a lot of attacking positions and movements. Ooh, and Bolivian moving in now. Notices a couple of members above him. Might just do a cheeky run out.
Well,
no, not yet.
It seemed primed and prepared. For the meantime, Labyrinth here, making sure that they've got this whole Astro side in their control. Pushing once more from this potential northern side, but Farlord's the one to get the opening pick. Bolivian going down. A lot of information gathering that Astrape otherwise would have had has been taken off the board.
Oh, and Caloric already. So Loric, sorry, taking out Arise. There goes your sub. And now that Mute is off the board, yeah, not the biggest loss in terms of utility, but Bolivian not winning that fight, kind of dicey. Losing your pulse this early into the round, and he didn't exactly buy his team more time, so that's really a big fail. So Loric still has 2 adrenal surges left, can still provide a lot of aggressive power for the rest of his attacking team, and there's just utility all around as well. Salmonella charges still available. Labyrinth got one in his pocket. One more lifeline in the pocket as well, and phenomenal. With 2 Toxic Babes, still has the potential to be able to lock down that site if they get too close to planting that diffuser.
Well, losing 2 opening picks is going to make things much more difficult. They still do have these Toxic Babes, which have to absolutely come in crucial, delaying time enough for them to be able to potentially steal this round away. Hayabushi has got this barrier to play off of, and Pig, that's a huge kill for him to find. Farlord going down is big as well. Can continue on. Hayabushi waiting in the study. Has a good angle to potentially cut off Labyrinth here, but the plant is going to be going down. No way to defuse it and stop that from happening as of the moment. As Pig, it goes in right under their noses.
Yep, goes prone at the right time, but all members of Champion eliminate a Strape before they even get a chance to react. That attack was clean, succinct, and well performed. Unfortunately, a Strape not able to take the aggressive position in order to control and stave off that attack from Champion. First round. It's still a blank slate for us. These teams, in my mind, are fairly even in terms of skill.
Yeah. Incredible. We saw from the responses of both sides, but it's Champion who start things off with a good round to get going. Villa once again. We've been having ourselves lots of Villa here today, but we've been seeing very contrasting ways that teams have been deciding to play some of these sites. And like this setup here, we've got those barricades in the kunai from the Azumi coming towards that, that landing up top there. Something that we didn't really see from the other 2 teams, the other 2 matches that we saw play this map rather. And so, see now how they continue to innovate and really be flexible in this. Still continuing for another second floor site hold, I believe. Are we back up on the second floor? Yes, we are. And it's going to be, you can see here, Astrape trying to continue to aggress and have some sort of presence here towards the statuary side.
Nice kunai here from Azami to be able to block out that window, hold that room a little bit more aggressively, controlling some nice positions there. Power rate trying to react to that, try to push through. Soloric already putting some of that LMG to use.
Definitely suppressing fire, but Warret making some noise here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, has to be careful.
Unfortunately, no action just yet. All members on all sides, even Firelord, just waiting patiently. Just by the barbed wire, not ready to push and reveal his position just yet. Hayabushi might be able to receive and might be able to do something about it, but Pig G pushed through. Power Rit managed to make it through into the master bedroom and clear that one out for himself, following with another kill from Phenomenal onto Firelord. So 1 on each side. And so far, an even round for both teams. 1 minute, 47 seconds left in the clock.
We've got some time to work with here. Phenomenal. Making sure he's got the small angles to try and get a bit of an advantageous position if ever they do peek him. And that pick off that was found on Pig is going to send him into the gutter. And make the hold here of Straight much more difficult as well. But Farlord went down as well. So 4v4 90 being fought over by either side. They've got a player on the window. You kind of need to make sure it doesn't come easy. But Eris perfectly pre-placed Nitro Cell to find that kill on Serlotic.
Something about Villa today and Nitro Cells that I'm loving. And you know what? Maybe it was the day for it. But hey, a couple of shots go out there. No kills collected so far. Wattmelon having to pull back just a little bit. Trading negative on his end right now. And dueling 2 members down the hall. I don't think that's the wisest choice. And his rotation here down over to reconnect with his team from main stairs might be the right choice. Still hanging around at 90 though.
Well, round here for Champion could be taken still. It's 3v4. They're trying to contest from the classical and from the landing. Mezzanine rather. But let's see now. Continuing on the peak. Perfect find. Great find here by Hayabushi. And a Strape looking to go absolutely ape on this. Labyrinth on the peak. He finds that on the Hayabushi 1v3. Phenomenal trap between a rock and a hard place. Has got the shotty to bail himself out, but they know where he is. They know he's on the default, and as he swings wide, he goes down in the end. Bolivian making sure that goes their way. What a round we saw from both teams, coming down all the way to the wire.
A tight round from both teams, and like I said, even in skill and caliber, definitely one of the tighter games we've seen today, considering that a lot of these games so far have been neither here nor there, and if anything, been a mile and a world away from each other. Pulse coming back into the mix, of course, and maybe this time we'll see some good Pulse utility. But the first time we did see that Pulse, unfortunately, not to Bolivian's best performance. So hopefully this time around on this defense, Hayabushi might be able to make that work a little bit better.
Good round here as a Strafe retaliate. Already looking closer land potentially compared to some of our other Villa escapades here today. And hopefully that's going to continue to be the case. Let's get one hell of a match before we end the night off. Composition here, not too wavering from what we've normally seen from Champion on the attacking side. So is true for the Strafe defense. Jaeger back up, phenomenal once more on that mute. But the Aruni and Hayabushi on this Pulse could be the difference maker. We saw Hayabushi a while ago on that Pulse, or was it Pig? I'm not sure. But there was a Pulse on a Strafe side, but to lose that early was a big problem for them in the opening round. But now that they're on Kitchen, knowing that Champion are going to want to take the rooms up above, this could be a problem, especially with that heartbeat scanner. As soon as they realize, okay, they're now in the Masters, a Nitro Cell could be flung their way, and that could give them the opening early, untraded picks that a Strafe need.
Opening untraded picks are massively crucial for any attacking team. You need to be able to go in there and secure free kills in order to make that defense a little bit softer for your entry. However, for a defending team to be able to find those one-sided kills, honestly, it is a dream come true, and your defense only becomes more overwhelming, and it starts to seem larger than it already is because you don't have the manpower to be able to take it down. Power It has a lot of potential to be able to just open up a lot of that flooring above the site to make it hard for any defender to stay on top. But now that Hayabushi notices one member just kind of chilling in one spot, he's going to miss that C4 as he waited a little bit too long, and unfortunately that member has rotated. When you play Pulse in these kind of positions, you need to be able to predict where the opponent might be and not where they were.
For sure. And it can be a bit harder to predict. Maybe a lot of times it can be a bit more effective if you have someone to use in coordination with who has a Nitro Cell prepped already. So you can tell them exactly where to chuck it and pop it much quicker than doing it by yourself as a Pulse. But let's see now how things will go. Hayabushi. He can tell that they're all up above him. Phenomenal, making sure nobody comes from down below instead. Keeping both vertical angles really under check, but it's a top one that they have to worry about, especially with them having a Buck and Sledge. So much soft destruction coming their way. But Farlar going down makes the push a lot more difficult here now. Less sustain. Can't get the res up immediately if in case it's needed. And Labyrinth, he falls down as well. Great hold here from a Strafe. Oh, what Milan finds an angle to get Hayabushi down. Not expecting him from up above. The Reaper of Death. Pawarit here as well, trying to aggress on that wine cellar stairs. Maybe making it into the back end of things, but from down below, Hell strikes back. Phenomenal, great shot, but Zerlotic quick trade, 2v3. Still winnable here for a Strafe, but things have been equalized.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I thought was the Strafe's best performance so far is starting to crumble, but now they still have one man advantage. Power It all by himself might be able to take two members down in the last 5 seconds, but he has to get that plant on or it's over. Oh no.
Oh, he can stick. Smart decision, but it's its only real choice as of the moment. Eris, he knows to try and push this. The timing doesn't work out, but he still gets the round! Pawarit in the 1v2! The Clutch Master himself has come alive as he helped a Champion secure another round.
I just don't know how the Aruni stood still the entire time. What was happening in that situation? How do you not hear the Buck sprint through Sculpture? And I'm just like, what? Like, not even with no hint whatsoever. Maybe comms were just noisy. Maybe they didn't have clear audio available to them for whatever reason. But unfortunately, that round goes down because they got that free kill we were talking about. Uncontested. They did not trade for that kill at all. But the biggest blunder there was in fact not being able to pick up that kill while he was planting. They had line of sight available to him, and unfortunately, they did not have information on the site with no comms, no data, no positions. And as you can see in the replay, just not able to secure that kill. Used the bomb as a form of cover and traded it back positively for the attacking team. Unfortunately, Champion take that one away. Strape let that one slip through their fingers.
5 seconds left. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, what a round here coming in from Champion. A Strape getting caught looking astray there. And as you said, yeah, that Aruni, not even recognizing where he was coming from at the end of things. Pawarit, huge play. But Farlord opens things up here. This time going big. 2 opening kills, LMG in hand. Finka, W Gaming, really taking things by force. Brute over Brain. Now they're going to send Arise falling back and ceding control here. But what a shot from Pig.
Wow.
Not going to go unanswered to us. Pawarit brings it down to a 4v2.
One more cell phone call. Watermelon does put that one out there, and he might be able to find a couple more members for the enemy team, for the defending team, hiding around the corner. Hayabushi finds one into foul load, and there goes one of your best fraggers for that defense and for that offense, and especially a Finka, a massive loss for the attacking team. Watermelon, of course, actually hasn't used that phone call just yet. Actually baited that one out just for himself. But Labyrinth, with full utility left in his pocket and a Claymore available, might be able to hold on the back line. 3 versus 2. Champions still do have the advantage here, but a Strape starting to pull that one back in their hands. Oh no.
My goodness. Arise. He's certainly levitating right now. Just the impeccable play we're seeing from him. Godlike almost. Oh, recognizes Pawarit. He's there in the statuary. He has the angle, but Pawarit, superior firepower and position to be able to win that. And a great round here for Champion once more.
Pawarit versus Arise. Name a bitter rivalry. Arise finally finding his own nemesis. 2 rounds in a row. Losing the clutch situation like that to the same dude. With the same operators. It must sting, man. It must sting.
It's a very painful way to find it out, and those things can leave a long-lasting mark. Moving on forward, losing a clutch situation like what we saw a while ago land, 2v1. Sometimes, if it's a sweep, if it's a quick stomp, you can get over that, right? Go next, GG. But on those close rounds where you feel like you were supposed to win, when everything looked so good, nice, and tender, but suddenly taken away, those are the painful ones to come back from. And that can really shake up the mantle here of a Strape, so hopefully for their sake, they can keep their heads in the game. They're keeping these rounds close still, but Champions, they've been the ones closing things out.
I expected as much from Champion as they have been performing quite well so far. However, just a lot of mistakes being made from a Strape side. Not that they're just underperforming, they're just making a lot of smaller mistakes. And Champion are just better in some of these gunfights. A Strape need to be able to find some kind of setup that not only delays Champion, but also enables them to be just a little bit more aggressive. They're so much more on the back foot, and I barely ever see them take the initiative to push or take away advantage from the players of Champion when they're most vulnerable. We saw in the first round that the Pulse saw one member outside the pantry, but decided not to do a round out because he just didn't feel like it. Retero drones coming out there, unfortunately not finding anything just yet. Maybe found a little bit of utility, as they are meant to. However, if anything, a Strape not reacting to any of these has been quite peculiar. RCXDs have been going on uncontested this entire day. And Flores has been having an absolute time as an operator across all games here on the 7th day of the Operation League.
Look where he put that barricade towards on the Knight, just to block off the angle.
It's smart because, you know, like, now even if they take down that first barricade, they can't do anything else.
Yeah, so really utilizing those Kiba barriers in very unorthodox ways on the Azami, but I do think it is smart, and if they want to try and wallbang that, they're going to be in for a rough surprise. Here comes out the Rotero, going to blow it up here in the corner. Won't really get much, but he had to pop it because Phenomenal was about to shoot it out. So, oh, great kill here by Phenomenal. Zerlotic goes down somehow.
And there goes frag grenades from the attacking team as well. So a good way to take off utility. They need to be able to take Firelord off because without the extra 2 surge charges, they won't be able to do too much. But as I say that, he picks up a headshot into Hayabushi and he's not going to be able to get traded back. There is no refrag. There is no response to this. He's going to get away with holding this angle through a chandelier and then acquire a second kill from Phenomenal, who just was not paying attention.
Ooh, yeah, Phenomenal. Getting caught out there, maybe a bit distracted. The heckler in the stands. But Pig, look at this. Look at how he's using his barricade he's placed down. Wat Milan on that glass. Great find, but Farlord still gets a kill. Nothing going their way as of the moment. A Strape looking quite astray. And Pawarit seems to end the war here right now. 4-1. Decisive half. The advantageous half already taken and secured here by the side of the champion. They're certainly living up to their name in this matchup.
Stray are starting to fall further and further down the rabbit hole. Unfortunately, not able to find any rounds since that second. But Osa now coming into the mix might be able to change things up. Finka as well being brought back in again and again. So no surprise there. Amaru just to show that, you know what, they have the confidence to be able to yeet themselves to second floor at a moment's notice. I hope that they do a little bit of a better job with Amaru than Obsession did. Unfortunately, we just did not see any confident Amaru plays today other than the games that we saw from Fury. So that one round was beautiful. But this time around, it really needs to be succinct, and they just can't afford to throw away any extra games. Strape are far away from winning this or taking this into overtime, but Champion still can't get complacent and, you know, give away free rounds just for the sake of it.
For sure. Complacency is going to be the death of him, and you realize that even with this advantage, a 4-2 is much more doable for the comeback than a 5-1 might be. So, still got to lock in. I'm sure a team of their caliber here, Champion, are going to recognize that, and they're going to continue this streak of theirs. Look at that, cheeky. One on either side, just to make sure, just to be a bigger nuisance here as a Capkin and Champion. They've got some tools to work with. This Dokkaebi of theirs could be the perfect tool to try and find the really sprawling defense that a Strape like to employ.
Yeah, very positive scoreline so far for Champion. Pretty impressive overall from Power Rate as well. 6-1 as a Dokkaebi, a support operator, and just generally doing quite well as a team as well. Very coordinated, very aggressive, and very assertive with their positioning. You can see here 2 angles being held for a single door. Does show their level of detail with how they want to hold this and how they want to move in. Firelord now putting a couple of extra shots out there. We'll find an extra kill onto Hayabushi and maybe collect a second. No, Pig puts a stop to that with the DMR, and Bolivian has a response for himself as well, finding a second kill of the game along with Pig. And now they finally have a numbers advantage. Arise also picks up another kill onto Wattmelon, leaving Solodic all alone to himself. And if anyone can do it, it would be Solodic, but not today, as Oblivion finds another round for a Strape. So 2 rounds going to the underdogs of this ladder, taking it another round.
Okay.
taking another round into their back pocket here as they do the swap over. So now that the Strape are on attack, they are, if anything, up against a bigger challenge than ever before. But black and blue, it is still a far ways away from a victory.
Well, at the very least, they get the final round of the half, which allows them to bring their momentum into the attacking side. But we know, Villa, it's not an understatement to say that this is, a very defender-sided heavy map. And for a team to get a 4-2 scoreline to open up the game when they start on the attack is a really good sign. And this could be a positive omen, really, of things to come. Barring really just incredible play from a Strape and some mistakes here from Champion, and this could be Champion's game. But Mira coming out here for the Champion squad. We did not see a Mira the entirety of this game so far, and even last game because it was banned out. Double? Okay. Double wall. Double mirrors towards, this study side. They're probably going to open one, right? Just to use as a kind of pseudo hole. So, not ineffective, but not super unorthodox either.
Yeah, essentially what they're doing is they're using that bar as a foothold to turn the rest of the study and aviator into a kill zone. So they'll have C4s on that side, they'll have SMGs, they'll have a very aggressive peeker. And with the mirror windows available, they should be able to make something quite confident work. Farlord picking up Bolivian does not bode well considering there's a Dokubi and you have no more phone calls left in your pocket. So
yeah, you ran out of data.
Yeah, I could not have put it in a better phrase there.
Yeah,
good job. That was very impressive.
Seemingly lacking reception here, but let's see if it's going to connect.
You're on a roll. Amazing.
The pig is going to try and Hong Kong his way into this one, but Farlord. Early damage done to him on the Mozzie. He has to stay alive. This Nitro Cell being held in his hands is going to be a big problem if it continues to not be... rather, if he goes down and is not able to use that to try and deny the plant later on. 2 minutes still left on the clock. Time to work with. Yes, they do have the Finka here to make the push more viable, especially if they take early damage, especially with Bolivian going down early as well. So here comes that boost. Trying to go with the surge and really utilize what they've got. Chemical power to try and brush off any pain. But the Strape, they're still held at a standstill.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're not pushing it too much more. Farlord has taken a little bit of damage, but there are still 2 C4s and 2 impact grenades on that defending team, and that's a lot to work with considering Watermelon has a complete hold over that bar. Look at this. That hallway is an impenetrable fortress, and he doesn't even have any defenses up there. The Surya gates are up. They still have the burn utility in order to get in there. Sarlotic has Aviator on lock, but now that Power It puts up more, we see the C4s go off, and there we go. First one from Farlo, that Mozzie picking one up through the floor, I believe. There we go. Through the floor, kill confirmed. Now Arise has to push through, and it doesn't even look good. 3 members on that attacking team, and they are going to struggle on the way in. He's got the Gon 6, but oh no, the Gon 6 will not be able to go through as they are now out of frag grenades and now have... Oh, he's got one left in his pocket actually, but I think he wants to save that one.
Let's go. As Champion, they realize that this is a final push from a Strape, and a Strape, recognizing that potential, they have to get on this real quick and real soon. 20 seconds left on the clock. The time could bleed out against their favor. Farlord on the swing. Labyrinth! Oh my goodness! They open Pandora's box, and what do they find? The round win here for Champion. 5-2, 1 round away from securing the match point. And what a decisive shutdown of the attack here to start off the second half.
Insane. A very explosive ending to that round that definitely caught us by surprise. That swing with the shotgun, fantastic. Unfortunately, they did not do their homework on that attack, and as they tried to push through, Arise just got bamboozled with the magnets because they just didn't, they didn't drone it. They just didn't, they just got ahead of themselves, and I don't know how I felt about sacrificing the Gon 6 for the frag. Sure, that it kind of just went in there, but it wasn't methodically placed. That frag grenade could have been used in a more strategic position. as opposed to just yeeting it into the corner where that flower pot was, especially with no information. You would not assume someone's hiding by the flower pot by the door because you would see their head. And if they were prone, it's just not a position you would hide in. It's a very exposed spot.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what they're trying to achieve by throwing the grenade there in that position. Definitely a misuse of utility from my end here, but I mean, we'll just have to go with it, and we'll see how this continues to pan out. Labyrinth and Powerwit, of course, with renewing utility, will be able to hold down quite a bit of this, of some of these corners, and even like as we saw, those magnets coming in quite clutch to delay the enemy team. And if you guys didn't notice, the frag grenade got pulled right at the entrance of where Arise was sitting, and essentially forced him to stay in position instead of advancing. If anything is to be, if we're going to take anything away from that, what it does is that the incremental land they could have acquired by pushing was denied.
That slow crawl of theirs that they try and rely on. If it's not there, then they're gonna be much more pressed to take that space and take much more control of possessions. But Pig, great find here in the far lord. He's down to what he's got. Opening pick here for either side brings it 4-4. Now you can see Astrape. They know how much this round matters. If they take this round, they have a really good chance of coming back into this. But still, Champion. Oh, on the peak here. Perfect timing from Pawarit. He finds Pig out in his lonesome. Double 90 control being held. Labyrinth, another kill goes the Champion's way. And a strafe. They are looking astray here. Whoa, great answer from Hayabushi, but see, they got mid left to work with. 1v3 right now. Serlotic so potent in those type of angles and those type of gunfights as this round is secured by Pawarit. The second for him in this round. And match point ready here now, taken by the side of Champion.
Looks like it's going to be a really quick end to this game and to this day, as we are now seeing two teams back to back getting absolutely raffle stomped, and it doesn't really feel great for us here by the Castro Desk, because obviously what we want is quick game. We want long competitive games going all the way to overtime into full best of 3 series. But this time around, we're getting 7-0s, and honestly, it's kind of disheartening to see some of these newer teams get put in their place at the same time as they should be, because these more experienced rosters need to turn up and show that they can live up to their reputation. In saying that though, Champion is not one of those more experienced rosters. They are definitely a new team that's completely fresh for me, and I do not know what else they are capable of. So far though, very impressed. 6-2, match point going to them.
Well, let's see right now, 6-2, as you said, and to come back against this would require just incredible outplay from a Strape and a breakdown in comms, perhaps from Champion. Let's see if that exact miracle comes their way. Will this be the final round of the night? Champion, they pull in. Okay, curious composition. Don't know what to make of it as of the moment, but I want to see how it works. Well, early damage being done. Phenomenal. A bit of a standoff they've got here towards the Master's side. Information gathered by Watt Milan, making sure that no one's lurking here closer towards the kitchen just yet. Especially knowing how cheeky they expect a Strape to be. Being kept here without allowing them to enter the Master freely. Wasting a decent amount of time, Champion are.
Yeah, 2 minutes left in the clock. Does look like the Strape are running out of options and running out of avenues in order to make this work. They noticed the barricaded door because they didn't drone that earlier, but all lights are lighting up for our watermelon here. So He's got a lot of work to do. I'm pretty sure if I saw that correctly, a lot of explosives going off as well. Arise barely living through that one as he tries to push through. 3 surge charges left in his pocket, but none used so far. Bolivian. Oh my gosh.
Dangerous scenario here. Farlord on the peak. He finds Bolivian, sends him to oblivion right now. No more opportunities for him in this round. Farlord, his back is actually covered because of that barricade. Almost gets a kill, but no, it goes Habushi's way. The Labyrinth quick on the trade. 4v2 here as of the moment. Pig, he knows that the pressure is a bit too much. A Strape looking to fall down here potentially. A minute left to work with. Labyrinth is low, so if they are able to find an angle on him, he could go down here, especially if they had something more to chuck at him, but it being a Hibana and IQ last left alive, it's be difficult for them. Oh, they're kind of crossing streams right now, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, you never do that. We saw that go horribly for the team last time. Labyrinth picking up that kill. Phenomenal not being able to trade that back. Won't be able to win this duel. I do not think this is going to be it. No, he finally gets the kill, but the teammates are around the corner. Champion take round 9. They end the game, and that is day 7. A quick match between Champion and Strape, clearing this one out on a very decisive victory, just in fashion of the last match between Obsession and Elevate.
Man, Obsession here, I'm rather sorry, my goodness, Champion here, just completely outplaying the opposition. A Stray put up a valiant fight early on, but once more here, Lan, very one-sided showing, and really, the teams here today, well, Labyrinth, he's having himself a field of a time. The teams here today really separating themselves from the competition, from their opposition, and having very decisive wins here today. Every single win that we've had here today has not had at least more than, what, a 4-round deficit between the wins, and that is huge to say here, especially with us, progressing further in the tournament. We would have thought that the games, the matches would get closer as the tournament progresses, but some of the teams seemingly finding the rhythm and getting hotter as the days go on by. And the closest game we've had here today, by far, was a 7-3 here, Lan. We had a 7-2 to start things off, 7-3, 0-7, and now once more another 7-2. So huge deficits, really, we've been finding here all day long. And it really is such an impressive showing finally here for Champion. This is their most decisive win by far we've seen from them.
It's probably one of their better performances as well. Unfortunately, a Strape just not able to scrape the bottom of the barrel and actually find anything more than 2 rounds. 3 weeks in a row they've performed like this, and it's very disheartening to see how they are just not finding any momentum in any of their games. Hopefully in the next coming weeks they find a match for themselves to call a victory, but right now they're still in a phase of their career where they're essentially just learning and trying to improve through through gaining experience, competing against better teams. And that, in the end, that's what a tournament like this is about, giving experience to those trying to better themselves. Yet I honestly do not think that a Strape are showing, and this might be brutal to say, but I expect a little bit better from a team competing at this level. But for all those at home, don't forget, there are credits available for you to acquire and win. One more pin being given out today. I can see the hashtags going down in chat, and that is absolutely right. Definitely do not miss out on your last chance today. A winner is going to be picked up in the next couple of seconds. Do not miss your chance. Make sure you're following the channel here on Twitch to make sure that you know when the next Rainbow Six Twitch stream for Southeast Asia and its English broadcast is going to go live for more R6 action. Of course, there's a cool pin, and this is the 4th time we've given this away, and this is the first time in this entire league that we've given away the pin, by the way. Really now? Yeah, we did not give out this pin last week. I'll guarantee you that myself.
Very cool. Well, can I join the giveaway? Because like it seems to be something that would be really hotly like you can flex this. You go to a LAN, you show them your badge. You're like, you got this? Well, I do. In the meantime, though, guys, if you want to be one of those lucky winners, of course, join our giveaway as Mr. Land the Man has said himself. Hashtag fight for glory down below. I see lots of you chatters putting it there, so very, very nicely well done. You can win those credits and as well as the very, very prime and pristine R6 Operation League SEA pin. But LAN, for the day, that is going to be it. We had amazing games here so far. Unfortunately, we can't say that they were super close because they're pretty lopsided. You know, as a recap, we had Direwolves, obviously, versus Gaming Gladiators, and that was the game that we were thinking going to be the banger, right? Close game, potentially, but it ended 2-7 in the Gaming Gladiators' favor. Then we go on over to Fury, 7-3, with them going up against Northern Forces, but then we still saw an even bigger deficit happen in the next game, didn't we, versus Obsession and Elevate.
It's a day of surprises and in some sense disappointments as well. I honestly thought that these games would go differently, but here we have the leaderboard for the current rankings, and Elevate have taken that #1 spot from Gaming Gladiators due to a higher positive round differential by 1 point.
Wow.
By a single point, but they're technically tied for that first place, both sitting at 17 points. Fury sitting at 3rd place with 12 points, tied up with Direwolves. So technically we've got 2 first place and 2 second place teams, all 4 tied up.
Wow, literally a point diff right now between these teams. And Champion, they've lifted themselves up in the standings. A while ago, they ended up at, they started this day at 6th place there on the leaderboard. Now they're up 5th. So, stocks rising here for the Champion squad. Direwolves and Fury still holding on to their respective positions. And as you said, Elevate have risen above the Gaming Gladiators right now to secure that 1 point diff and get them in the first place slot. But the next play day we are going to see is going to be on July 10th. Actually, it is July 10th already. So when is the next day?
Technically, it's tomorrow.
Yes.
Technically.
Right now, almost. Depends where you live. But yes, July 10th, the day right after you're watching this, is when we're going to see the next upcoming game. We got a Strape versus North Forces to get things going, and then Elevate versus the Dire Wolves here, Lan.
Of course, and tomorrow you will have the Black and Blue himself, followed by our guy Cthulhu, who'll be joining Black and Blue live on stream here in my stead. But in saying that, it's going to be another banger day. We're going to have some pretty great games. A Strape versus Northern Forces is going to be a pretty interesting way to start the game. But I am looking forward to coming in, tuning in to chat and chatting with the rest of you as we decide and as we find out who might be the winner between Elevate and Direwolves. That is a match that I'm going to be looking forward to myself.
Oh, yes, definitely. Obsession versus Fury as well is going to be a pretty close game, I hope. And we're going to have to find out and see for ourselves. But for the meantime, that is going to be, I think, all from us here today. You guys have watched the opening day of this weekend for the Operation League. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Lan. Hope to catch you guys tomorrow. But Lan, any parting words here for our kind viewers?
Well, thank you for tuning in. Absolutely a great pleasure for us at the casting desk to be able to not only have Black and Blue here for his first broadcast on the Operation League in Southeast Asia, but also to have all of you here tune in, support Southeast Asian esports, Rainbow Six, and of course the English broadcast with everyone on board. So thank you to everybody that's been here. Thank you to all our sponsors, Ubisoft, Kingston Fury, and Red Bull. And thank you to everybody behind the scenes operating the stream as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow live on set, live in this Twitch channel for more giveaways, more Rainbow Six, and more action. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up Reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Push down the solar stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get one. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal though with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more as players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3.
Barrett next in the line. Unfortunately, it's all looking a bit bleak. What Melon for 1? Can he find more? He finds a second. It's a triple for him. It's a 1v1 Cthulhu. He just needs some D! And the pre-fire is good there for What Melon.
Off the start, getting into the plan. Sapper creeping in. Argos here spots the back of Bin Bin. Will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yee there for the trade. Make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain. Has the off-angle smokes available to play with. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yee. Will use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firelord out of the site here. She tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Like Hollis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up. Goes for the vertical play. Like Hollis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down. Firelord for 3. Manages 1v3 clutch fury.
Coconut hit makes it even worse. Joe told you that to go big. Told you Johnson.
Perfect.
No, it's Joe! Joe for the triple! Might even plop it up. He's the win here. 10 seconds now. He's in red time. He's going to go for the plant. No, where the final player is. And Logi, no, he doesn't. Tucks in behind the chassis. He tries to beat it out. No! Oh my god! What? He hits it through the wall!
I'm sorry, what?